Jack died an embarrassing death and was reborn as Tony Stark in the Marvel Multiverse. He found out that the reality he was reborn into was a mix of the Marvel Ultimates, other comics, and a bit of the MCU, which wasn't good news for him. Too many enemies and unknowns. No way of knowing which event will happen when. No way of knowing who is good or who is bad. Thus begins Jack Tony's journey of survival. He will do anything to survive and achieve his goals, no matter the cost. Hello, everyone. Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn as the Ultimate Iron Man, Part 1. If you enjoy this content, smash the like button. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget to check out the original story linked in the description.
Jack was a 25-year-old philosophy student. Philosophy wasn't always the thing. Far from it, actually. It wasn't even a first choice. He had big aspirations. He wanted to be either a tech genius or an influential entrepreneur. But fate had a different course set for him. His grandfather was a very rich old man with a warped sense of humor. His will stipulated a strange condition. If Jack wanted to inherit his money, he had to graduate with a degree in philosophy. So he got into being a philosophy student and he went out to read Plato, Nietzsche, and Kant, although for his part he found these people as dry as dust. Years ticked by in those classrooms, where his peers spoke in riddles, debating the very essence of existence and what it meant to exist. He would often stare at the blackboard blankly, wrestling with why he was there at all. All his intense studying eluded enlightenment, and he found no deeper purpose. He felt stuck, trapped in a monotonous life. The promise of wealth didn't excite him anymore. It was like a distant mirage. He wanted something more: excitement, adventure, or at least a sense of meaning. But life had other ideas. The most thrilling part of Jack's day was choosing which coffee shop to visit. Day after day, he caught himself entangled in a monotonous routine, somehow feeling that he was being slowly strangled by the heavy drudgery of his life. It was another very long, boring day with meaningless philosophical debates. Jack needed to leave the sort of life he was stuck within. Lectures, empty speeches, and constant waiting for the inheritance from his grandfather. He merely felt that urge for something in that impulsive flash of decision as something that could perhaps garnish his life a little bit, if only that night. Into the red light district of the city he went. It was a place he'd never been to, never even stepping foot in, but one he'd heard about. Silently, he wandered through streets dimly lit with neon lights that buzzed and flickered like distant stars. Around him, shady characters and alluring places where people looked to forget the drabness of daily routine or enjoy themselves. Jack felt a new kind of excitement. Indeed, it was a thrill he had never, ever experienced before. He entered a dingy and run-down brothel that hadn't been swept in over 40 years. The smell of alcohol, sweat, and cheap perfume hung heavy in the air. Jack, who was already half drunk, found himself laughing at the absurdity of it all. Here he was, a philosophy student, someone who debated the essence of life and the existence of the soul, paying for a night with a prostitute. It was almost poetic in a twisted way. The woman with him was equally uninterested in her job. They mumbled a few of the exceedingly awkward words before he settled onto the stained mattress. Nervous, unsure of what to say or do, he attempted to ease himself, to relax into the experience, but his stomach had other plans. Jack felt churning in his stomach. Initially, he dismissed it as the beer he'd guzzled earlier. Still, the churning became sharper, cutting him up inside. Before he could even react, his body turned on him. He emitted a loud, wet fart, followed almost at once by a wave of nausea. He tried to fight it off, but it was too late. He leaned over and threw up all over the poor woman. For an instant, they were totally silent. Jack caught the combination of repulsion and shock on her face, but nothing would come out of his mouth to apologize. His vision blurred, his head whirled about him, and he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness. His body slumped, hitting the mattress. The last sound he was aware of was the woman screaming for help and another big fart. His last thoughts were, so this is the grand meaning of life. Farting into oblivion, and that was it for Jack. Not exactly a heroic death, nor a tragic one. It was the kind of death that would make one laugh. A dark punchline to a joke, his life, alone in a dingy brothel, from what seemed to be a combination of alcohol poisoning and choking on his own vomit. It was, as he would have called it, a meaningless death, fitting for someone who had spent his life pondering the meaning of existence. Darkness enveloped Jack, pulling him into the abyss. He felt nothing, saw nothing. It was as if time had stopped. No aching, no light, no sound, just an endless emptiness. If he had been conscious, he might well have thought this the afterlife he had so fiercely debated in his classes of philosophy, a place of pure nothingness. Then something happened. He was floating in this warm, thick liquid, and he could not open his eyes, not even move his limbs. He did not feel that his body belonged to him anymore. He tried to remember everything. The brothel, the vomiting, the darkness. It all came back as flashes. He should have died. He was dead. Before he could make anything of it, he heard voices. Muffled, distant voices. They were speaking, but he did not understand the words. Yet the sounds were somehow comforting, like listening to a gentle hum through a thick wall. He tried to open his eyes to see where he was, but his body felt weak and unresponsive to the control of his mind. Something in him flowed out, and he was drawn from the warm liquid. He sucked in the air as he felt his lungs fill up. He uttered a scream. It was a shriek of a piercing cry. He felt small, minuscule, like he had shrunk himself to the size of an oat. It didn't make any sense. His vision remained cloudy. As his eyes adjusted, he saw faces. They were huge and towered over him. He felt a firm grip on his body, but when looking down, he realized he was in the hands of a woman wearing a white coat. She was smiling, tears in her eyes. Another face came into view. A man with dark hair and pure bliss written all over him. "It's a boy," the woman said with a gentle smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Stark." Everything in Jack's brain was running like a racehorse in a sprinting competition. Mr. Stark? He knew that name, but it couldn't be. He tried to comprehend what was happening, but the reality hit him like a truck. Stark. Baby. Shit. He wasn't just any baby. He was Tony Stark, the genius billionaire playboy philanthropist from the Marvel Universe. He was reborn, not as himself but as a baby version of one of the most iconic characters in fiction. Thoughts were swirling in his head in confusion, disbelief, and weird excitement. He died in a most absurd way only to be reborn as Tony Stark. What a dream! Ha ha ha! But everything felt so real. The chill of the air, the sound of voices, the brightness of the lights. If this was a dream, it was one hell of a vivid one. He felt himself being handed over to a woman. Her face was the first clear image he saw. She was beautiful, with soft features and a loving gaze. This must be Maria Stark, Tony's mother. She held him close, smiling down at him with pure adoration. "Hello, my little heart," she whispered, her voice filled with warmth. The man beside her, Howard Stark, looked at him with pride. "He's perfect," Howard said, gently touching his tiny hand. Jack, or rather, Tony, stared up at them. He was still trying to get his head wrapped around everything that was going on. He had all of Jack's memories, his thoughts, his personality, but he was now in the body of Tony Stark, a baby at that. This was the Marvel Universe, a world full of superheroes, villains, and epic battles. He was no longer that purposeless philosophy student named Jack. He was soon to be Tony Stark, the future Iron Man.
O genius billionaire playboy philanthropist?
Yeah, I could get used to this. All right, time to live a life free of regrets and full of fun. Wait, is Thanos still a thing? Remember, technology is advance in this reality. Read carefully. 1. Harem. Non-harem lovers don't read and cry. 2. As mentioned in the synopsis, MC will do anything for survival. 3. Be warned. I will be focusing on the ground/earth level villains for the first half before moving on to cosmic threats. For no system. 5. Slow burn. Yeah, there will be suits and serum and all that. 6. Technologically advanced world. For years later. The mansion was silent except for the metronomic tick-tock of a grandfather clock in one corner and the gentle thrum of machines working from Howard Stark's workshop. In the big library, a little boy sat in a leather armchair with a book nearly as big as he was in his lap. He turned the page, focused solely. Jack, no, Tony, had come a long way since that surreal day when he first realized his new reality. He wasn't the type to wallow in existential crises or waste time asking why or how this happened. Instead, he accepted it with surprising ease, figuring he'd been handed a second chance and might as well make the most of it. Still, adapting wasn't easy. At first, his infant body was frustratingly weak and slow. Everything, sitting up, walking, even talking, required grueling effort. But once he mastered his tiny limbs and started speaking, things became interesting. Maria and Howard Stark were often busy, but their affection for him was genuine. Maria, in particular, doted on him, while Howard offered the kind of distracted yet proud admiration you'd expect from a genius with limited parenting skills. It was Howard's library, however, that became Tony's sanctuary. As Jack, he'd never been a prodigy, but here, something about this new brain was different. He discovered it by accident, one lazy afternoon when he'd been aimlessly wandering the mansion. Stumbling into the library, he was struck by its sheer size. Shelves upon shelves of books lined the walls, filled with titles that screamed, high IQ only. Advanced theoretical physics, mechanics of flight, and quantum field theory. He didn't expect to understand any of it. Philosophy had been his thing, though not by choice, and his knowledge of science or engineering had been average at best. But curiosity led him to crack open a book, and as he read, the words made sense in a way they never had before. Concepts he vaguely remembered as impossible hurdles in school, like thermodynamics and electromagnetism, suddenly felt obvious. At first, he thought it was a fluke, but the more he read, the clearer it became. His mind was wired differently now. Ideas clicked into place with almost mechanical precision, each piece of information slotting neatly into a growing framework of understanding. By the time he reached the third chapter of Introduction to Advanced Robotics, he wasn't just reading, he was visualizing, planning, innovating. His small hands turned the page with a calmness that belied his racing thoughts. So, if I run current through a coil and suspend it in a magnetic field, right? That's how you get rotational motion, he muttered under his breath. His voice still carried the high-pitched timbre of a child, but his tone was all business. Tony, the voice startled him. He looked up to see Maria standing in the doorway, smiling softly. Yes, Mom? He asked, closing the book with a sheepish grin. She chuckled, walking over to him. Are you reading again? You spend more time in here than your father does in his workshop. She tousled his hair gently. It's fun, he said honestly. I like figuring things out. Maria crouched beside him, her eyes soft but searching. I don't want you to drown in tons of work all the time, like you, Dad. He nodded, but inwardly he knew he couldn't stop. Not now. Not when his mind felt like a furnace, constantly forging new ideas, new possibilities. Being just a kid wasn't an option. He had too much to learn, too much to do. Later that evening, Tony sat at the dinner table with his parents. His father was unusually animated, talking about his latest project for Stark Industries. It's a revolutionary propulsion system, Howard was saying, gesturing with his fork. If we can perfect it, it'll change aviation as we know it. Tony leaned forward, his small face scrunched in thought. What kind of propulsion? Jet? Rocket? Or something else entirely? Howard blinked, surprised. That's pretty specific for a 4-year-old. Tony shrugged. I read about it in your library. Jets use combustion to generate thrust, but rockets carry their own oxidizers, so they're better for space travel. Maria laughed lightly. Howard, you've created a monster. Howard stared at his son for a long moment before breaking into a smile. You're going to give me a run for my money, aren't you, kid? Tony smirked. Oh, you have no idea. The next day, Tony decided to put theory into practice. He snuck into the workshop while Howard was out, marveling at the array of tools and materials. Everything he needed was here. Wires, soldering kits, scraps of metal. He started small. Using what he'd learned from the library, he rigged a simple circuit, then moved on to building a crude motor. By the end of the week, he had created a working model of a miniature electric car. It wasn't perfect. Its movements were somewhat slow and a little heavy on the back, but it worked. As he saw the little car splutter into action, Tony felt a sense of satisfaction. That was just the beginning. Howard Stark was not a man to be easily surprised, but Tony Stark, his 4-year-old son, was a rare exception. Howard had always been proud of his ability to recognize genius. He had seen it in himself, in his colleagues, and now, unmistakably, in his son. The electric car model had been the tipping point. Howard had found it on his workbench one evening, neatly assembled from scraps. It wasn't perfect, but the fact that a child had built it at all was staggering. Yet Howard said nothing. He merely stood there, holding the tiny car, feeling a strange mix of pride and dread. He knew firsthand the cost of brilliance. His own intellect had brought him wealth, fame, and success, but it had also brought enemies, isolation, and endless pressure. Howard had long feared that his son might inherit this burden. Seeing Tony's creations only confirmed it. Howard resolved not to intervene, at least not yet. He'd keep an eye on Tony, guiding him subtly when needed, but for now, he would let his son enjoy the innocence of childhood. The following week, Tony wandered into Howard's workshop again. It was filled with half-finished projects, blueprints, and prototypes as usual. Despite its cluttered appearance, everything had its place. Howard placed them according to their importance. It was here that Tony found it. A blackboard covered in a chalk diagram. The structure was unfamiliar yet intriguing. A lattice of concentric rings and interwoven lines that seemed to hum with potential even in its incomplete state. Next to the board, a stack of notes lay scattered across the desk, covered in Howard's precise handwriting. Tony climbed onto the chair and grabbed the notes, his small hands carefully flipping the pages. It didn't take long for him to realize what he was looking at, an early concept for what would one day be known as the arc reactor. His heart raced. The notes detailed Howard's vision for a compact, self-sustaining energy source, free of fossil fuels and capable of revolutionizing the world. But they also highlighted the flaws, instabilities in the energy output, inefficiencies in the containment field, and equations that didn't quite add up. Tony couldn't help but smile. He wasn't just reading, he was understanding. His mind worked through the equations like a knife slicing through butter, and ideas sprang to life with startling clarity. He saw where Howard had gone wrong, where the calculations needed tweaking, and even how the design could be improved. "Dad, you're good," Tony muttered to himself, "but you're overcomplicating things." He grabbed his notebook and began sketching. His small fingers moved with the precision of someone far older, drawing a revised design based on Howard's notes and his own memories from his past life. The movies and comics about Iron Man had given him enough of a blueprint to work with, and his new intellect filled in the gaps. For hours, Tony worked in silence, his head bent over his notebook. He didn't just recreate the arc reactor, he refined it. He even simplified the magnetic confinement field equations, adjusted the old energy core dimensions for better energy stability in a new palladium-based core, and even added a failsafe against possible overload. At the end of it, the notebook was full of diagrams, equations, and annotations. It was not a perfect design. He did not have access to all the materials or tools with which to build such a functioning reactor, but it was a solid foundation. Tony sat back in his chair, gazing at his creation. A satisfied shiver rolled over him. This was more than the school science fair or childish doodle, and this was real, something to change the world. And he wasn't even 5 years old yet. Unbeknownst to Tony, Howard had been watching. He'd come into the workshop earlier, intending to grab a file, only to find his son engrossed in the blackboard and the notes. At first, Howard was alarmed. Those designs weren't meant for a child's eyes. But then he saw the way Tony worked. Howard stayed hidden, watching from the shadows as his son corrected equations and sketched new designs with a focus and precision that were almost frightening. When Tony finally left the workshop, clutching his notebook, Howard stepped out of the shadows. He approached the blackboard, studying the additions Tony had made. To his astonishment, they were correct. Not just correct, but better than his own calculations. Ha ha ha, he laughed, shaking his head. Tony, what am I going to do with you? Howard knew at that moment that he wouldn't be able to hold his son back. The genius he saw in Tony had already begun to show, and it was only a matter of time before it would manifest itself in bolder, more ambitious projects. You might as well join me, kid, Howard murmured. But Howard also knew the world wouldn't let brilliance like that go unnoticed. If Tony continued down this path, he would face challenges and dangers Howard wasn't sure he was ready for it. For now, Howard decided he'd let Tony have his moment. He wouldn't stifle his son's creativity, but he would keep a close eye on him, guiding him subtly and shielding him from the harsh realities of the world. God help me, Howard murmured, running a hand through his hair. This kid's going to outdo me before he's even a teenager. The sun's rays fell through the massive oak trees, casting rays across the ground. The rustling of leaves filled the space with soft sounds, as well as the occasional sound of a bird singing. It was one of those ideal spring/early summer days when everything looked and felt vibrant with color and hope. Tony, now 5 years old, held tightly to Maria's hand as they walked along a winding path that snaked through the estate gardens. His little legs pumped with a force that defied the constant busy thoughts in his young brain. Maria, in a plain but beautiful white sundress, wore a smile as she scanned the ground for her son. "It's a beautiful day, isn't it, Tony?" she asked, her voice soft and melodic. Tony glanced up at her, his mind briefly pulling away from the intricate blueprints he'd been mentally working on since breakfast. "Yeah, Mom, it's okay," he said, but his demeanor hinted at his mind not being entirely in the present. Maria chuckled. "You're always thinking, aren't you? Even when we're supposed to be enjoying a walk." He shrugged, a playful grin spreading across his face. "Can't help it. There's just so much to figure out." "Well, maybe today you can figure out how to climb a tree or skip a stone," she suggested, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Tony laughed. "Climbing trees is inefficient. The risk-to-reward ratio doesn't make sense unless I'm building a treehouse." She stopped walking, bending down to meet his gaze. "Tony, you're an amazing little boy, but you don't always have to be so serious. Life is about more than equations and machines. Sometimes it's about moments like this, just walking, talking, and enjoying the sunshine." Her words sank in, and for a moment, Tony felt a pang of guilt. He adored his mother, and he knew she worried about him. She always encouraged him to play, to make friends, to be a child. But it wasn't that simple. His mind simply didn't slow down. Each moment of quiet was a chance to think, to construct, or to elevate. He just couldn't be the little kid she wanted him to be with so much in the line. To survive and live a long life, he had to continue to improve himself, or else, how would he face the countless villains in this world? "I'll give it a shot," he said quietly, a tiny hand giving hers a gentle squeeze. Maria grinned and stood straight, walking towards a miniature pond in the center of the garden. They settled on a wooden bench and viewed the water, the soft waves picking apart the sills of light. As they sat in silence, Tony noticed a duck waddling toward the pond, followed by a trail of fluffy ducklings. Although he wanted to think about the algorithm of his first AI and blueprints of the arc reactor, he noticed her mother's worried expression, hiding behind the mask of a happy face, so he decided to act and take it slow. He pointed excitedly. "Look, Mom, they're like a little family." Maria's heart swelled at his enthusiasm. "They are, aren't they? The mother duck is training her ducklings to swim and survive. She's their guide." Tony stared closely at the scene and paid attention to every single element. "They don't have to read books or build machines. They just know what to do. That's the beauty of nature," Maria said. "Sometimes, the simplest things are the most extraordinary." Tony smiled. A moment of quiet fell upon him. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to just be. The ducks, the sunlight, his mother's presence. It was enough. When some time passed, Maria got up and stretched out her hand. Come on, let's head back. Your father's probably wondering where we've disappeared to. Tony took her hand, his heart lighter than it had been in days. As they walked back toward the mansion, he glanced up at her and said, Thanks, Mom. It was nice. Maria's smile was radiant. Always, my little heart. Always. Back at the house, Howard peered out from his study as they walked back up the walk. A small smile tugged at his lips as he saw Tony laughing at something Maria said. For all his brilliance, for all his potential, Tony was still a child. A child who needed moments like this. Howard looked over at his workbench, open on which Tony's notebook rested. His son's revised arc reactor design stared back at him. It was a much more advanced version than the concept one. Maria's right, Howard muttered to himself. He deserves to be a kid for as long as he can, because one day, the world's going to demand more from him than it should. And for now, Howard resolved, they would protect him from that day for as long as they could. Howard sat in his study, sipping a glass of scotch as the soft knock on the door drew his attention. Maria stepped inside, her expression calm but thoughtful. She closed the door behind her and crossed the room, her white dress almost glowing in the dim light. Tony's asleep, she said softly, sitting down across from him. He nodded, setting his glass down on the desk. Good. The boy needs his rest. His mind's always running at full speed, just like his old man. Maria smiled faintly. He's so much like you, always thinking, always creating. But Howard, she paused, searching for the right words. I worry about him. Howard leaned back in his chair, his brows furrowing. Worry? About what? The kid's a genius, Maria. Smarter than half the scientists I've got on payroll. What's there to worry about? She folded her hands in her lap. It's his childhood. He's so far ahead of everyone else his age. School doesn't challenge him, frustrates him. He doesn't fit in with the other kids. He's lonely, Howard. He sighed, rubbing his temple. I know. I've seen it too. He's bored out of his mind in that classroom. He doesn't need to learn the alphabet when he's already building circuits. Exactly, she said. So what do we do? Keeping him in school feels wrong. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. But if we take him out, what's the alternative? Howard tapped his fingers on the desk, his mind working. We need to give him what he needs. Something tailored to him. Private tutors, the best in the world. People who can actually keep up with him. Teach him things that matter: science, engineering, programming. Let him stretch his wings. Maria tilted her head, considering his words. Do you think that's what's best for him? I mean, not just his mind, but his heart? He's still a little boy, Howard. He needs more than academics. He needs to know how to connect with people, to have friends. He frowned, his lips pressing into a thin line. I'm not saying we lock him in a lab, Maria. He's a Stark. He'll have opportunities most kids only dream about. But we can't hold him back just to keep him normal. That'd be a waste of who he is. The world's going to need his brilliance someday. Maria reached across the desk and placed her hand over his. I just want him to be happy, Howard. Not just successful. Happy. His expression softened. Howard squeezed her hand gently. I want that too. Maybe we find a balance. The tutors can push him academically, but we make sure he gets time to just be a kid too. Sports, hobbies, whatever he wants. And we'll keep him close. No boarding schools or sending him off to some fancy institute. He needs us. Maria nodded, her shoulders relaxing. I think that could work, but we have to agree, Howard. No matter how brilliant he is, he's still our son first. His happiness comes before anything else. Don't worry. We'll do right by him, Maria. Together, he said. 2 years later, at 7 years old, Tony Stark had done something no one expected from a child. He had built a fully functional V8 motorcycle engine. The workshop in the corner of the Stark estate had become his sanctuary. The hum of machinery and the scent of oil were more comforting than the silence in the large house. The engine roared to life on a test stand. Tony's lips curled into a smile as he adjusted the throttle, the sound filling the room. It was perfect, efficient, powerful, and better than anything he'd seen in the magazines he read late at night. Not bad, he muttered to himself, wiping grease from his hands. Not bad at all. But as proud as he felt about his creation, there was an ache in his chest he couldn't ignore. His parents weren't there to see it. Howard Stark had grown busier with each passing day. Between running Stark Industries, taking on new projects for S.H.I.E.L.D., and acting as a defense contractor for the government, his time at home was scarce. When he was home, he was tired, stressed, and drinking more than ever. Tony noticed it all. His father's once sharp focus seemed to waver, and his temper flared at the smallest mistakes. It hurt, but Tony understood. He knew Howard carried the weight of a demanding world. Tony had seen glimpses of this in the comics and movies from his past life. He already knew how hard it was for Howard to balance everything. Maria tried her best to keep the family together. She still smiled and offered kind words, but even Tony could see the worry in her eyes. She spent her time organizing charity events and running the household, but she seemed lonelier now, too. Tony often worked late in his workshop. The machines didn't yell at him or tell him to stop dreaming. They didn't ask why he wasn't acting like a normal 7-year-old. Here, he could be himself. One evening, Tony was sketching blueprints for a small robotic arm when the door to the workshop creaked open. Maria stepped inside, a soft smile on her face. "Still working?" she asked, brushing her hands against her skirt. Tony nodded, not looking up. "Almost done. Just need to tweak the rotation mechanism." She walked over and sat on a stool beside him. "You know, I miss seeing you around the house." He paused, his pencil hovering over the paper. "I miss you too, Mom, but it's quieter here." Maria's smile faltered. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Tony, you know we love you, right? Even when your father and I are busy." Tony turned to her, his small face serious beyond his years. "I know, Mom. It's okay. I understand. Dad's trying to save the world, and you're always helping people. I get it." Her heart ached at his words. "But you're our world, Tony. Don't forget that." For a moment, neither spoke. Then, Maria kissed his forehead and stood. "Come inside soon. Okay? It's late." "I will," Tony said softly, watching as she left. In the main house, Howard sat in his study, a glass of scotch in his hand. He stared at a stack of papers on his desk, but his mind wasn't on work. He thought about Tony, about how distant their relationship had become. "I need to do better," he whispered to himself. But the words felt hollow, lost in the haze of stress and alcohol. Tony, back in the workshop, stared at the blueprints on his desk. He wasn't angry at his father. He wasn't even sad. He had already decided that if the world was too big and complicated for his parents to keep up, he'd just figure out a way to make it better himself. Tony sat in the workshop late at night, his secret notebook open before him. The pages were full of sketches hastily hatched during short lapses in attention, lists carefully tabulated, and names written in neat, precise letters. It was Alexander Pierce, Arnim Zola, and many more names that stared back up at him, reminding him of the villains he knew from the comics and movies of his past life. The weight of the task before him pressed heavily on his small shoulders. He was just 7 years old, yet the responsibility of saving his family and dismantling an organization of that secretive nature felt both terrifying and exhilarating. He clutched the pencil tightly and began writing a new idea that had been circulating in his mind all day. "If I can't stop them, no one will," he said to himself, his voice steady despite the fear that persisted at the edges of his thoughts. Tony understood he couldn't rely on his father. Howard was brilliant, but between his responsibilities as the head of Stark Industries, his work for S.H.I.E.L.D., and his growing dependence on alcohol, Howard was far too distracted. If anything, Howard might even dismiss his concerns as childish fantasy. And what was he even supposed to say? He couldn't possibly reveal the secret of his rebirth. No, this was something Tony would have to handle on his own. Tony flipped to a blank page in his notebook, heading at the plan. The first step, he decided, was to create a tool that could do what he couldn't. A tool that wouldn't tire, wouldn't falter, and wouldn't doubt him. An artificial intelligence, far beyond anything Howard had ever dreamed of. If Tony could control technology, if he could command the flow of information on the internet, he could expose Hydra's spies with ease. But first, he needed to start small. His own computer. Howard's unfinished projects and spare parts, forgotten and collecting dust in the estate's storage areas, would provide the perfect raw materials. Over the next few weeks, Tony scavenged every component he could find. Circuit boards, processors, cooling fans, and even wires from decommissioned prototypes. He carefully avoided anything Howard might miss, not wanting to raise suspicion. His nights were spent assembling these parts in the workshop, the space becoming his sanctuary. The air smelled of oil and solder from his previous project, and the rhythmic hum of machines was his lullaby. His fingers worked with a precision that belied his age, connecting wires and testing circuits with the determination of someone much older. Took weeks of trial and error, but finally Tony had made a working computer. Not much to look at. It was an odd assortment of mismatched components housed in a makeshift case. It worked. And the moment it powered on, with its screen glowing in life, Tony's heart swelled with pride. "Okay," he muttered to himself, settling back in his chair. One step down, a million to go. The computer was basic, with limited processing power and memory, but it was his. More importantly, it was the foundation for his real project, the AI. Tony named it Project Hermes. Hermes, the Greek messenger god, felt like a fitting namesake for what he envisioned. A system capable of transmitting and interpreting information at lightning speed. His life over the next 6 months became a careful balancing act between his formal education, his growing knowledge, and his secret project. Mornings were spent with his tutors, breezing through lessons on math, science, and engineering. These subjects were almost too easy for him, so he often used the time to ask more advanced questions, subtly steering his tutors toward topics that would help him with Project Hermes. "Mr. Richards," Tony said one morning, interrupting his physics tutor, "how does quantum entanglement work in practical applications? Can it be used for data transfer?" The older man blinked, startled by the advanced question. "Well, Tony, that's a complicated field. But, in theory, yes, it could revolutionize communication." Tony nodded, filing the information away for later. Afternoons were for self-study. He devoured books on coding, electrical engineering, cryptography, and network systems. Many of these he borrowed from Howard's private collection, sneaking into his father's study late at night to retrieve them. He also began experimenting with programming languages, teaching himself basic and assembly code. Evenings belonged to Project Hermes. In the quiet solitude of the workshop, Tony worked tirelessly on the AI. He started with basic algorithms, teaching the system to recognize patterns and learn from data inputs. Slowly, it began to respond to voice commands, though its responses were clunky and limited at first. His makeshift computer struggled to handle the demands of his AI algorithms. To overcome this, he carefully borrowed more advanced components from Howard's labs, always ensuring he left everything exactly as he found it. While Tony was incredibly intelligent, there were still concepts he didn't fully understand. When he encountered these roadblocks, he turned to his hidden notebook, sketching out ideas and solutions until he found a way forward. Life at home was becoming increasingly difficult. Howard's temper flared more often, and his drinking worsened. Maria did her best to keep the peace, but even her warmth couldn't shield Tony from the tension that filled the house. And to make things worse, he had to be extra careful to make sure his dad didn't suspect him of borrowing his instruments without permission. By the end of 6 months, he had made remarkable progress. Project Hermes was no longer just an idea, it was a functioning AI. The system could analyze simple datasets, recognize speech, and even simulate basic hacking scenarios in a controlled environment. One night, as Tony sat in his workshop, he decided to test the AI's voice interface. "Hermes, are you online?" Tony asked, leaning forward in anticipation. A soft, robotic voice crackled through the speakers. "System online. awaiting input. Tony grinned. What's 2 plus 2? 4. What's the square root of 16? 4. What's my name? Tony Stark. He laughed, a rare moment of joy in an otherwise challenging time. Hermes was still rudimentary, but it was a start. With time, Tony knew he could expand its capabilities. Now that Hermes was operational, Tony shifted his focus to the next phase of his plan, integrating the AI with real-world systems. To do this, he needed access to more advanced hardware and, eventually, the internet. He began devising ways to gain access to Howard's resources without drawing attention. One evening, Tony sat in his workshop, flipping through his notebook. His handwriting filled every page, the once blank paper now a maze of ideas and strategies. Phase 2, he muttered. Expand Hermes. Test its hacking capabilities. Start small but aim big. The stakes had never been higher, but Tony's resolve never wavered. If he was going to defend his family and destroy HYDRA, he needed to be a patient man. Every move had to be calculated. Despite his busy schedule, Tony occasionally allowed himself moments of reflection. He thought about his parents, Maria's gentle kindness and Howard's fleeting moments of pride. He worked harder for them, even as their presence in his life grew more distant. One night, Maria stopped by the workshop while Tony was working. She beheld him for a moment. Her heart hurt to see her young son so intent on what he was doing, so determined. "Tony," she said softly, stepping into the room. He looked up, startled. "Mom, I didn't hear you." She smiled, walking over to him. "You've been in here all day. It's late, sweetheart. Come inside." "I'm almost done," Tony said, his voice quiet but firm. Maria put a hand on his shoulder. "I know you love your projects, but don't forget to take care of yourself too. You are still just a little boy, Tony. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders." Tony hesitated, then nodded. "Okay, Mom, I'll come in soon." As Maria left, Tony stared at the door, his chest constricted. He loved his mother so much that he almost hated keeping secrets from her. But this time he could not stop. Not now, when everything was already set in motion. 2 years later, 2 years had passed since Tony Stark first booted up Project Hermes. Time had only sharpened his skills and expanded his ambitions. Now 9 years old, Tony had access to a more powerful machine, thanks to his mother. The sleek new computer she had gifted him for his birthday was light years ahead of his original cobbled-together creation. But Tony, being Tony, had no intention of using it as it came out of the box. Maria smiled warmly as she handed Tony the wrapped box, the twinkle in her eye showing her excitement. "Happy birthday, Tony. I figured it was time you had a proper computer." Tony tore through the wrapping paper with the enthusiasm of a child, but his excitement wasn't for the computer itself. It was for the potential it held. Under the silver case and polished glass was a machine just waiting to be taken apart and upgraded, according to his will. With his knowledge and parts from his dad's storage, upgrading the machine would be fun, he thought. "It's awesome, Mom," he said, giving her a tight hug. "Thank you." Maria ruffled his hair, her smile growing. "Just don't forget to spend some time outside too. Okay? A computer can't replace the real world." Tony chuckled, nodding. "I'll try." As soon as she left the room, he began to work. Over the next few days, Tony carefully upgraded the computer, dismantling it piece by piece and replacing components with custom-built parts scavenged from his father's old projects. He increased its processing power, expanded its memory, and integrated a cooling system that would allow it to run complex algorithms without overheating. "Now, this is what I'm talking about," Tony muttered to himself as he reassembled the machine. "This is Hermes' new brain." With the enhanced hardware, Project Hermes leaped forward in functionality. Tony had spent the last 2 years refining the AI's algorithms, teaching it to process and analyze data at a pace that would make even seasoned engineers jealous. Now, with the new computer's power, Hermes became smarter, faster, and far more capable. "Hermes, run Diagnostic Protocol Alpha," Tony said one night, leaning back in his chair as the computer's screen came to life. Protocol Alpha initiated. Diagnostic report in progress. The AI responded, its voice now smoother and more human-like. Tony watched as lines of code streamed across the screen. Detailing Hermes' capabilities, the AI could now sift through massive datasets in seconds, identifying patterns and anomalies with pinpoint accuracy. While Tony had been cautious about connecting Hermes to the internet, he had created a secure virtual environment for testing its hacking capabilities. Within this sandbox, Hermes had successfully breached simulated firewalls, cracked encrypted files, and even mimicked basic social engineering techniques. Gone were the days of clunky, robotic responses. Hermes now understood natural language, allowing Tony to hold seamless conversations with the AI. Tony pushed Hermes further each day, setting increasingly complex challenges to test the AI's limits. One night, he tasked it with analyzing encrypted data he had borrowed from one of Howard's research files. Decrypt this file and summarize its contents, Tony instructed. Decryption in progress. Estimated time, 3 minutes, Hermes replied. Tony tapped his fingers on the desk, impressed. The file was heavily encrypted, but Hermes had no trouble breaking it down. When the AI finally displayed the decrypted data, Tony couldn't help but grin. It was a blueprint for a new type of reactor, a design Howard had been keeping under wraps. Not bad, Hermes. Not bad at all. While Hermes was growing more powerful by the day, Tony knew it wasn't enough to keep the AI confined to his workshop. If he wanted to take down HYDRA, he needed Hermes to interact with the real world. But that came with risks. The moment Hermes touched the internet, it would leave a digital footprint that could attract unwanted attention. Well, time to create a cloaking protocol and upgrade the codes. He cracked his fingers. The workshop was eerily silent, with only the power supply of the computer making a bit of a noise today. The room was discarded wires and half-empty cups of coffee. Well, considering his age, he tried his best to keep the caffeine to a certain limit, and there was a notebook spread open on the workbench. Its pages were crammed with lines of equations, hastily scratched out ideas, and fragmented notes. On top of one page, underlined thrice, are the words cloaking algorithm and security protocols. Tony leaned back in his chair, exhaling sharply. Come on, Hermes, he muttered, his voice laced with exhaustion. We've got this. We just need to figure out how to hide you from, well, everyone. It sounded simple in theory, but in practice, it was anything but easy. Every attempt at creating a cloaking algorithm had ended in failure. The hardware was primitive compared to what Tony envisioned, and the software, though groundbreaking for the time, was rudimentary by the standards he knew were possible. The first time he'd tried running a cloaking protocol, it had nearly fried Hermes' circuits. System error. The AI had crackled, its voice strained and distorted. Critical failure in cloaking protocol. Restarting. Tony had stared at the screen, his frustration boiling over as the AI rebooted. Damn it! He'd shouted, slamming his small fist onto the desk. Ooh! He rubbed his hand and looked back at the door. Gotta keep it down. Failure was part of the process. He understood that, but the sting of it still gnawed at him. Despite his prodigious intellect, he was just a child. A child trying to build something that didn't exist yet, couldn't exist yet. Tony's days bled into nights, an endless cycle of research and experimentation. He devoured books on cryptography, machine learning, and system security, pulling dusty books from the Stark Estate's library and uncovering hidden notes in his father's private study. But the knowledge he sought didn't exist. The theories were outdated, and the hardware was too primitive. Well, if it doesn't exist, I'll simply create one. Oh, this will be fun, he mumbled to himself with a smile. Late one evening, Tony slumped over his notebook, the glow of the monitor illuminating the dark circles under his eyes. The page in front of him was filled with a list of problems. Hermes lacks real-time adaptability. Cloaking protocol crashes under data load. Failsafe design incomplete. Hermes cannot self-destruct securely. Underneath, in bold letters, he'd scrawled a single word. Solutions? He tapped the pencil on the notebook. He was exhausted but couldn't keep himself from thinking. He could feel the weight of what he was trying to achieve pressing down on him. But it was something he began to enjoy. It was his own choice in this life. No one told him to work that hard or do anything. If he wanted, he could have enjoyed a normal childhood. But he wanted to achieve something. He wanted to do what he wanted. So he continued on that path. But no matter what path one takes, failure and success are a part of it. One might stop after facing hard failures, but not Tony. "Maybe I'm biting off more than I can chew," he murmured. But giving up wasn't an option. He couldn't stop, not when the stakes were so high. He had to make Hermes work, not just for the satisfaction of creating something extraordinary, but to protect his family and dismantle Hydra's influence. Over the next few weeks, Tony adjusted his approach. He broke his grand vision into smaller, more manageable steps. Refine Hermes' basic systems for stability and adaptability. Develop encryption protocols from scratch, combining existing techniques with new ideas. Test small masking protocols to simulate cloaking on a smaller scale. The progress was slow and often frustrating. One night, after countless failed attempts, Tony tested a basic masking protocol designed to reduce Hermes' visibility within a local network. "Hermes, execute Protocol Beta 3, he instructed, his voice tight with anticipation. "Executing." The AI responded. The seconds dragged like hours as Tony watched lines of code scroll across the screen. Finally, Hermes' voice broke the tense silence. "Protocol Beta 3 executed successfully. Data visibility, 23% reduction." A grin spread across Tony's face. It wasn't a full cloaking algorithm, not yet, but it was progress. For the first time in weeks, he felt a flicker of hope. "Not bad," he mumbled. He shut down the workshop for the night and went to his room. He lay on the bed, staring at his notebook. His failures were glaring, written in bold, messy scrawls across the pages. But alongside them were ideas, small victories and glimpses of what could be. He flipped to a blank page and wrote a single line at the top. "The greatest failures pave the way for the greatest successes." For the first time in a long while, Tony allowed himself to feel proud. He wasn't there yet, but he was getting closer. 2 days later, Tony sat slumped in his chair, his head resting on the workbench. His notebook lay closed beside him, its pages filled with weeks of calculations and failures. "You have been inactive for 42 minutes, Hermes said, its voice gentle but insistent. "Do you require assistance?" Tony groaned, his voice muffled against his arms.
No, Hermes.
"I'm fine. Just tired." But it wasn't just exhaustion. After countless failures and the feeling of hitting a wall, he couldn't break through. Well, he finally noticed his limit. The workshop door opened, and footsteps echoed softly on the floor. Maria walked inside, and her eyes fell on the cluttered space. She then looked at her son. "Just what are you trying?" Reluctantly, he turned to face her. The concern in her eyes made his chest tighten. "Shit, I was so focused on the project that I didn't notice anything around me. TSK, I made her worried. That old man was enough of a headache for her, and now she is worried about me. But you need to take a break," she said, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. "You're pushing yourself too hard." "I'm fine," he replied, stretching his arms, though the hoarseness of his voice betrayed him. Maria knelt beside him, her hands resting on his. "Sweetheart, you're brilliant, but even geniuses need rest. Whatever you're working on, it can wait." "It can't," Tony whispered, his voice cracking. "It's too important." She didn't press him for details. Instead, she smiled softly and extended her hand. "Come outside with me, just for a little while." "Well, I guess I needed some fresh air." He nodded and stood up. They went to the garden. The night was peaceful, the stars above twinkling. Maria and Tony sat on a bench beneath an old oak tree, the silence broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant chirp of crickets. "See," Maria said, draping her arm around Tony's shoulders. "Doesn't this feel better?" He took a deep breath and relaxed for the first time in days. "It's nice," he admitted. though his mind still buzzed with unfinished ideas. She smiled, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. Your father and I are so proud of you, Tony. You're going to do incredible things someday. But do relax from time to time. The next morning, Tony returned to the workshop with a clearer mind and a fresh perspective. He opened his notebook to a blank page and wrote, Step 1. Take care of yourself. For the first time in weeks, he approached his work without rushing. The journey was just as important as the destination, and he realized that even failures were stepping stones to success. He smiled, his mother's words echoing in his mind. Incredible things. At noon, Tony finished his regular studies and sat in his room, scribbling furiously in his notebook. But this time, his thoughts weren't solely focused on Hermes or cloaking protocols. He needed balance, and he knew it. Life couldn't be all about solving equations and debugging code. Edwin, Tony called out, his voice carrying through the hall. A moment later, the new butler appeared in the doorway. Edwin Jarvis, a composed and kind man in his late 20s, had recently taken over after his predecessor's retirement. He carried himself with quiet efficiency, but his eyes held a warmth that made Tony feel at ease. Yes, Master Tony? Jarvis asked, his tone measured but curious. I need a favor, Tony said, tapping his pen against the notebook. There's an empty room on the 3rd floor, right? The one Dad used to store all his old junk. Indeed, sir, Jarvis replied. Your father intended to turn it into a second library, though he never quite found the time. Forget that. Tony waved a hand dismissively. I want to turn it into a gym. Jarvis blinked, his expression remaining neutral, though his eyebrows rose slightly. A gym, sir? Yeah. Tony nodded, closing his notebook and standing. I've been spending too much time cooped up in the workshop. I need something different, something physical, to clear my head. An excellent idea, Jarvis said, inclining his head. Physical activity is vital for maintaining both mental and physical health. Shall I begin preparations immediately? Yeah. Clear out the room and we'll order the equipment. Oh, and make sure it has space for a boxing bag. I think I'd like to learn how to throw a punch. Jarvis smiled faintly. I shall see to it at once, sir. Tony's new routine started very early the following morning. The 3rd floor's old storage room had become a small but very workable gym. Sunbeams from the wide windows streamed into the place and cast warm light on brand new, neatly aligned pieces of equipment against the walls. At the center of the room hung a very robust punching bag. Wearing a simple gray t-shirt and shorts, Tony was standing in front of the punching bag, wrapping his hands in soft boxing tape. Jarvis stood nearby with a clipboard, watching closely. Ready, Master Tony? Jarvis asked, his voice calm. Tony nodded. Yeah, let's do this. He started with simple punches, throwing jabs and hooks at the bag. His form was sloppy at first, but Jarvis patiently corrected him. Keep your elbows in, Jarvis said, demonstrating the motion. Power comes from your core, not just your arms. Tony shifted his position and attempted again. The blows landed this time much more forcefully, and he crossed a small smile on his face. Not bad, he said to himself, taking a few steps back to catch his breath. Then came a few rounds on the punching bag, followed by push-ups, squats, and planks. He sweated plenty as the burning muscles pulled through with effort. All the foggy feelings from the past weeks of working non-stop at his workshop began to melt away. By the end of the session, he was exhausted but invigorated. Jarvis handed him a towel and a bottle of water. Well done, sir, Jarvis said. Consistency is key. Shall we continue tomorrow? Tony grinned, wiping his face with the towel. Definitely. He went for his quick shower, had his breakfast, and then went to the study room immediately, knowing full well that even though he often felt that the material was too easy to know, he still needed to stay on top of his formal education. Pay attention, Tony, his tutor said as she explained the principles of thermodynamics. I am, said Tony, though sometimes his thoughts drift to the workshop. Nevertheless, he took notes diligently, his sharp mind soaking up the information like a sponge. In the evening, Tony returned to the workshop, feeling a renewed sense of focus. He opened his notebook and reviewed his notes from the previous days. The failed cloaking protocols no longer felt like obstacles, they were challenges to overcome. "Hermes," he said, turning to the AI's monitor. "Let's pick up where we left off." "Understood, sir," Hermes replied, its voice steady. Tony began tweaking the code for the cloaking protocol, reducing the complex problem into small work chunks. The only noise that broke the silence of the workshop was the pounding of fingers on the keyboard. He sat back into his chair, leaning back to close to 10 p.m., thinking he had done enough and the answers were on their way. As he began to tidy up for the evening, Tony's gaze fell to his notebook. He wrote across the top of a clean page, "Balance is key to proceeding." He smiled, turned off the lights, and walked off to bed, knowing he would be repeating it all again come morning. Years later, at just 14, Tony Stark entered one of the most prestigious institutions in the world, MIT. He had spent the last few years proving to everyone that genius could not only thrive in a traditional environment but also redefine its limits. From the workshop in his home to the boundless halls of academia, Tony had achieved more than most could dream of in a lifetime. His achievements in the last few years, well, he outdid himself. Tony's mind had become a wellspring of innovation. By 12, he had developed a revolutionary cloaking device for small drones, using a refined iteration of the protocols he'd struggled with years earlier. This project won him international recognition and awards in science and technology fairs, though Tony was already focused on the next breakthrough by the time he accepted them. Hermes, his AI assistant, had also undergone significant upgrades. Once a basic system with limited capabilities, Hermes was now an intuitive, semi-autonomous companion. Tony had coded a neural net that allowed Hermes to predict user behavior, adapting responses and operations to better suit needs. It wasn't perfect yet. It still struggled with sarcasm and human nuance, but it was leagues ahead of anything else available. "Master Tony, shall we prioritize memory allocation for your new project pipeline?" Hermes would ask, to which Tony often replied, "Hermes, prioritize snacks. I'm on a roll." With each passing year, Tony's reputation as a prodigy grew. His tutors, often amazed at his ability to understand advanced physics and engineering concepts, would simply shake their heads as he explained theories they hadn't yet mastered. Despite all the accolades and breakthroughs, Tony had managed to keep a semblance of balance in his life. He continued the rigorous physical training he had started, developing a lean and athletic physique. Though his interest in boxing had waned, the discipline it instilled remained. And just to make sure his parents were safe at home, he made a bunch of mini drones and hid them all over the mansion. These drones can be remotely controlled, and they act as cameras, keeping an eye on her. Well, he might have added some electric darts and tiny metal ball shooters in case any intruder wanted to hurt his parents. The day of his departure to MIT arrived, and the Stark mansion felt emptier than usual. Howard Stark, predictably, was absent, buried in his work on some defense contract that required his undivided attention. Maria Stark, ever the gracious and supportive mother, tried her best to make up for it. "Are you sure you packed everything?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. "I could have someone double-check the boxes." "Mom," Tony interrupted gently, placing a hand on hers. "I've got it. Relax." Hermes ran a complete inventory. Hermes's voice chimed from a nearby tablet. "Indeed, Mrs. Stark. All essential and non-essential items have been accounted for and packed with 99.8% precision." Maria sighed but smiled. "I know. Well, it's going to be strange not having you here." "It's MIT, Mom," he said with a grin, trying to lighten the mood. "I'll be fine. Besides, I'll be back for holidays, and maybe to show off my new inventions." Maria hugged him tightly, her usual poise giving way to raw emotion. "I'm so proud of you, Tony. Just don't let anyone tell you who you should be. Follow your instincts." He nodded, the rare seriousness in his expression betraying the weight of the moment. "I will, Mom." Tony went to his workshop one last time before leaving. The room, which had once been cluttered with half-finished projects and scraps of ideas, now looked almost pristine. He had meticulously organized his tools and prototypes, ensuring that everything would be ready for the next time he returned. Can't believe it's been 14 years since I came to his world. Well, it's fun to live a life according to my choice. Oh, I am gonna miss this place. Okay, Hermes, he said, looking at the main console. I've set you up to manage the house systems while I'm gone. Keep an eye on Mom and Dad. All right? Of course, sir. Will you be needing remote access capabilities during your stay at MIT? Tony hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, you never know when inspiration will strike. He stood there for a moment longer, taking in the space that had been both a sanctuary and a crucible for his ideas. He then picked up a custom-made watch from the table and wore it. It was a mini-computer with AI. Finally, he turned off the lights and walked out, feeling the weight of a chapter closing behind him. As Tony's bags were loaded into the sleek black car waiting in the driveway, Maria stood by, waving and smiling through her tears. Howard's absence loomed like a shadow over the moment, but Tony pretended not to notice. You'll call as soon as you get there? Maria asked. First thing, he promised, pulling her into a quick hug. The driver opened the car door, and Tony slid inside. As the car pulled away, he looked out the window, catching one last glimpse of his mother standing on the steps. He didn't feel anger at Howard's absence. He had long since stopped expecting anything different. Instead, Tony focused on the road ahead, the possibilities waiting for him at MIT. For the first time, he would be living in a place where his peers might actually challenge him, where he could test himself against the brightest minds of his generation. As the cityscape blurred past, he reached into his bag and pulled out a tablet. All right, Hermes, he said. Let's start drafting the specs for that reactor I was thinking about. No time like the present. Of course, sir, Hermes replied, the familiar voice grounding Tony in the midst of all the change. And so, as Tony Stark began this new chapter of his life, he did so with the confidence of someone who knew that the future was his to shape. Deep beneath the ruins of a Hydra base, a dull hum of machinery filled the cavernous underground facility. Screens flickered to life, casting eerie green light on the metallic walls. After decades in a dormant state, Arnim Zola's consciousness stirred within the vast network of his digital body. Initializing protocol. Standby. Zola's face appeared on a screen, a ghostly, pixelated visage of the once brilliant scientist. His primary systems scanned the Hydra archives, looking for operational updates. A critical alert caught his attention. Supreme Leader Johann Schmidt, missing. Presumed dead in combat with Captain Rogers. Red Skull, gone. Zola's synthesized voice echoed in the chamber. Hydra fractured. Vulnerable, but not defeated. He turned his attention to Hydra's surviving resources. Decades of planning had allowed the organization to burrow deep, embedding agents in governments, corporations, and militaries across the globe. Hydra had been dormant, but not extinct. Hydra must rise again, Zola said. No more dependence on charismatic leaders. This era demands subtlety technology, a new breed of soldier. With a directive set, he activated Hydra's remaining sleeper agents. Across the globe, encrypted messages awakened dormant cells, instructing them to regroup and prepare for a resurgence. As agents gathered in safe houses and hidden bunkers, Zola began work on his ultimate vision, Project Super Soldier. Zola retrieved data from his old research, particularly Schmidt's use of the Tesseract and the serum developed by Dr. Abraham Erskine. Though Schmidt's version of the serum had led to monstrous side effects, Zola saw potential in creating a new, albeit inferior, version. This world does not need perfection, he mused. It needs obedience, power, controlled power. He began synthesizing a new serum, one that would enhance physical capabilities but leave the recipient entirely dependent on Hydra's resources for stability. Early tests on willing Hydra operatives were promising, though not without failures. Many subjects succumbed to the serum's toxicity, their bodies unable to handle the enhancements. He was patient and saw these failures as stepping stones. Progress requires sacrifice, he muttered, as another test subject flatlined. With the experiment in its very initial phase, he reverted all his priorities to S.H.I.E.L.D. Zola, knowing the threat S.H.I.E.L.D. posed, simultaneously identified an opportunity in strategy. Unlike Red Skull, who preferred overt action and control through brute force, Zola's approach was based on sowing mistrust and letting it develop into chaos. The penetration of S.H.I.E.L.D. began with careful planning and tactical disarray. If Hydra runs S.H.I.E.L.D., he computed, we run the world. Using Hydra's sleeper agents, Zola began embedding spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were given specific missions: sow discord, leak misinformation, and subtly redirect resources toward Hydra's goals. Zola's ultimate aim was to create internal strife, making the agency vulnerable to a full-scale Hydra takeover. Agent Alexander Pierce was one of his most critical infiltrators, a charismatic and ambitious individual who quickly rose through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ranks. Pierce's charm and strategic acumen made him the perfect asset, and Zola began grooming him for greater influence. Patience, Zola advised through encrypted communications. S.H.I.E.L.D. will fall, but it must crumble from within. Still, in its formative years, the agency attracted talent from diverse backgrounds: scientists, soldiers, spies, and diplomats, many of whom had clashing ideologies and ambitions. Zola tasked his operatives with stoking these divisions. Using Hydra's network of sleeper agents, he orchestrated the selective leaking of classified mission reports. These leaks implicated key operatives in failures or cover-ups, causing mistrust between senior agents. One leaked file suggested that Howard Stark had withheld crucial technology during a critical mission, exposing other agents to danger. Though untrue, the report sowed doubt about Stark's loyalty. Next, they targeted the supply chain and began tampering with equipment, ensuring missions would fail or suffer costly delays. These failures were then blamed on S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists and engineers, leading to friction between the tech teams and field agents. Zola used his network to spread rumors. For instance, Howard Stark was portrayed as a selfish industrialist whose inventions were for profit, not for the sake of S.H.I.E.L.D. Similarly, it was hinted that Peggy Carter, an emerging star within the organization, was surreptitiously directing S.H.I.E.L.D. towards British interests and undermining the supremacy of America. When these tensions had reached their worst, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s leadership had become filled with suspicion and infighting. Next on the list was Dr. Hank Pym, a brilliant, fiercely independent scientist whose subatomic particle work had brought the attention of Hydra. With his invention, the Pym particle, an object could shrink or grow to any size while keeping the same mass, something that could revolutionize warfare and espionage. Zola recognized that acquiring this technology would give Hydra a significant advantage. However, Pym was notoriously distrustful of authority, particularly individuals like Howard Stark, whom he viewed as a reckless and arrogant inventor. He decided to exploit this mistrust to manipulate Pym and set him against Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. He initiated the hack by using his Hydra agents within the facility to gain access to Pym's lab network. This wasn't a straightforward task. Pym had designed sophisticated security protocols. However, Zola's digital consciousness allowed him to probe and adapt, systematically dismantling the defenses. He first planted forged evidence in S.H.I.E.L.D. systems, suggesting that Howard Stark had been lobbying for access to Pym's research. The fake reports included fabricated memos and emails showing Stark undermining Pym in meetings with the leadership. Pym, already wary of Stark, became convinced that his work was being stolen. Once he breached Pym's network, Zola copied detailed blueprints and formulas related to the Pym particle. To cover his tracks, he made it appear as though the breach had been orchestrated by Howard Stark, further fueling Pym's anger. Using remote access, Zola caused a series of controlled malfunctions in Pym's equipment. These malfunctions were timed to coincide with inspections by the agents, leading Pym to believe that the agency was intentionally sabotaging his work to pressure him into cooperation. With tensions at a breaking point, Zola used his Hydra operatives to nudge Pym into open conflict with Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra agents posed as sympathetic scientists, feeding Pym exaggerated accounts of Stark's influence within the agency. They suggested that Stark had been pressuring the others to take control of Pym's research, framing it as a matter of national security. During a high-profile meeting, one of Zola's operatives leaked forged documents showing Howard Stark proposing a partnership to mass-produce Pym particles for military use. Enraged, Pym stormed into the meeting and accused Stark of theft and betrayal, causing a public rift. Hydra agents subtly encouraged S.H.I.E.L.D. leadership to distance themselves from Pym, citing his unpredictable behavior as a liability. This left Pym feeling increasingly alienated and resentful, pushing him closer to leaving the agency altogether. The operation was a resounding success for Hydra, but Zola didn't get what he was looking for, the formula of the Pym particles. Hank was too careful and never uploaded any information regarding that in the database. Even the Hydra agents failed to get their hands on the main formula. All they got was an early version of some kind of equation. Pym's departure further strained relations between the scientific and operational divisions, with some blaming Howard Stark for driving away a valuable asset. Stark, for his part, dismissed the accusations but became increasingly wary of the growing hostility around him. Zola, watching from the shadows, was pleased. The divisions he had created were deep and growing. S.H.I.E.L.D., he calculated, would remain too preoccupied with internal conflicts to notice Hydra's resurgence, until it was too late. Back to Tony. Back at MIT, Tony's life was anything but ordinary. Between advanced courses, research projects, and private tinkering, he maintained a relentless pace. His ultimate goal, however, extended far beyond academic success. Tony had become fixated on a singular mission: preventing the tragedy he knew would befall his parents within 5 years. Every spare moment was spent perfecting his AI systems, upgrading Hermes, and developing surveillance tech that would allow him to monitor and protect his family. Though his academic achievements garnered accolades, Tony was haunted by the ticking clock in his mind. His dorm was filled with multiple computers, custom-built servers, and holographic displays that projected intricate code strings into the air. Tony was waging a silent war against the impenetrable defenses of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s system. He leaned back in his chair, staring at a schematic of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s digital architecture. "All right, Hermes," he muttered. "Let's see if they've earned their reputation." The AI's soothing voice responded immediately. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s encryption uses a dynamic quantum algorithm, updated every 3.7 seconds. To breach the system, I'll need to mimic and predict these shifts. He smirked. "That's why I built you, buddy. Let's start with their comms hub. It's bound to have backdoor redundancies. No one trusts the front door." For days, Tony chipped away at the system's defenses, using a combination of sophisticated neural mapping algorithms and custom-built malware. Hermes intercepted and decoded patterns in the encryption, slowly creating a virtual skeleton key to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vault. Every step of progress brought its own risks. The system occasionally sent out counterhacks, forcing Tony to redirect Hermes' focus to protect his own servers. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s firewalls were adaptive, countering many of his probes with escalating precision. Accessing deeper layers increases the likelihood of detection, Hermes warned one evening. "Noted," Tony replied, "but I'm not stopping now." 3 weeks into his efforts, Tony hit pay dirt. Using a disguised signal routed through dozens of satellites and servers worldwide, Hermes found a weakness in one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s auxiliary data storage centers. From there, he gained access to the main network, bypassing secondary protocols through the same backdoor. Done! Tony's fists clenched in triumph. The holograms around him shifted to display streams of classified information like mission logs, personnel files, and operational reports. His eyes darted across the data. It was a treasure trove, but Tony focused on one goal: Project Pegasus, Operation Paperclip. Find any mention of Howard Stark or Maria Stark or Hydra. Give me something. Hermes parsed the data at lightning speed, flagging relevant files. Within moments, a cluster of folders appeared on the main display. Tony opened the first, revealing heavily redacted documents. "Sir, I've detected unusual network activity within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mainframe, Hermes said. It appears encrypted data is being rerouted through third-party servers. Tony frowned, pushing his laptop aside. That's not standard for a global security agency. Someone's tapping into their systems. Hermes's voice grew more urgent. The patterns are consistent with cyber espionage tactics. Probability suggests an external infiltration, potentially Hydra. Signs of artificial intelligence detected. Nice job, Tony smiled, pulling up a new screen. He finally found them. Hermes, let's see if we can follow the breadcrumbs. If Hydra's out there, I want to know everything. Tony's mind raced as he processed the implications of Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. He knew he couldn't expose them directly, not yet. His resources were limited, his AI was still in development, and his position as a student hardly carried the weight needed to take on a global conspiracy. However, he also knew that knowledge was power, and to the present date, he hasn't wasted a single day. Plus, with Hermes at his side, he had an edge. Let's play a little game of cat and mouse, Tony said with a smirk. It was time to mess with the Hydra. Hermes, track the espionage patterns. I need to map out where their access points are. Hermes began analyzing the encrypted data streams Hydra had been rerouting. Sir, I've identified for primary nodes where suspicious activity originates. These nodes are scattered across S.H.I.E.L.D.'s global network, with strong activity in Washington, Berlin, and a facility in South America. Tony leaned closer to the holographic display. Let's isolate their footprint. We'll set traps and digital honeypots and see how they respond. If they take the bait, we can follow them back to their source. Hermes executed the plan with precision. Using simulated S.H.I.E.L.D. encryption codes, Tony created fake files labeled with enticing titles like Project Resurrection, Classified, and Enhanced Soldier Serum, Prototype Notes. These were designed to look like critical assets that Hydra would want. Within hours, one of the traps was triggered. Gotcha, Tony muttered as the false data pinged a Hydra-controlled server. Hermes quickly traced the data packet, revealing a Hydra subnet hidden deep within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s infrastructure. As he delved deeper, Hermes provided a wealth of information. Encrypted Hydra communication logs, covert mission files, and most alarmingly, the identities of several sleeper agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. This is bigger than I thought, Tony said, his tone more serious. These aren't just moles. They're orchestrating policy shifts, mission sabotages, and probably worse. Hermes flagged a particularly troubling name, Agent Alexander Pierce. Wow, this guy? He recognized Pierce from public briefings and news reports about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s leadership. Almost forgot about him. He rummaged through his desk drawer and found the old, worn-out notebook. Well, good old times. He opened it and saw the names and a couple of old diagrams and formulas. Well, can't take them on by myself at this moment. But, realizing he couldn't confront Pierce or S.H.I.E.L.D. directly, Tony decided to play a long game. He needed to quietly expose Hydra's presence without putting himself or his family at immediate risk. He poured every spare moment into refining Hermes, upgrading the AI's capabilities to handle Hydra's advanced countermeasures. He created algorithms to decode Hydra's encrypted messages and built stealth tools that allowed him to monitor their operations without detection. He also destroyed the old diary. He doesn't need it anymore. Moving on to Hydra. Hermes soon uncovered more Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. and connected dots that even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s analysts had missed. Using this information, Tony began crafting anonymous reports and leaks. Tony carefully prepared packets of evidence, disguising his digital footprint to make it appear as if the leaks came from within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. He targeted trustworthy agents he believed could act against Hydra, like Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, ensuring the information reached them subtly and without arousing suspicion. The reports were damning. They included logs of covert Hydra communications, records of unexplained resource allocations that led to failed missions, names of compromised agents and their roles in sabotaging key operations. Each report was designed to stoke suspicion without revealing the full scope of Hydra's presence. forcing S.H.I.E.L.D. leadership to investigate. Within weeks, S.H.I.E.L.D. began taking internal measures, tightening security protocols, and conducting quiet investigations. Tony watched from the sidelines, satisfied to see the beginnings of change. But Hydra wasn't idle. Their network detected unusual activity, and Zola's digital presence flagged the anonymous leaks as a potential threat. Zola began deploying countermeasures, including advanced surveillance to identify the source. One night, as Tony worked on Hermes, alarms blared from his system. "Sir," Hermes warned, "an unidentified entity is attempting to breach our network. The attack patterns suggest a highly sophisticated AI Hydras." Tony smirked. Finally, a worthy challenge. He was a bit overconfident, but he knew his limits. "All right, Hermes. It's time to show them what we're made of. Redirect their probes and feed them false leads. Let's give them a wild goose chase." For hours, Tony and Hermes engaged in a high-stakes game of digital chess. Hydra's AI relentlessly probed his defenses, but Tony's ingenuity and Hermes' adaptability kept them at bay. Eventually, Hydra's efforts ceased, but Tony knew this wasn't the end. "They know I'm here," he said, wiping sweat from his brow. "But they don't know who I am yet. That's our advantage for now." Next, Tony decided it was time to correct one of Hydra's most successful manipulations, the rift between Hank Pym and Howard Stark. He knew Pym's research on Pym particles was critical, not just to S.H.I.E.L.D. but potentially to humanity's future. Letting Hydra exploit that rift was a matter he couldn't ignore. "Time to send Dr. Pym a wake-up call," he muttered. He pulled up the logs Hermes had uncovered, specifically the forged memos and emails Hydra agents had planted to frame Howard Stark. The deception was brilliant but crude. There were traces of metadata that revealed when the documents had been altered and by whom. Several Hydra agents were named in encrypted communications about the operation. "Let's make sure Pym knows the truth," Tony said, crafting a carefully packaged data file. The file contained logs of Hydra communications discussing their plans to sabotage Pym's work, evidence of forged documents designed to implicate Howard Stark, records of Hydra agents tampering with Pym's equipment and systems, including time-stamped security footage from Pym's lab that Hermes had decrypted from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives, a detailed timeline showing how Hydra orchestrated the rift between Pym and Stark. Tony added a brief anonymous note. "Dr. Pym, you were wronged. Howard Stark had no part in the sabotage of your work. The culprits are Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. They've been manipulating you, using lies to fracture alliances and sow distrust. Attached are the logs and evidence. The truth matters, Dr. Pym. Do with it what you will." A concerned ally, he encrypted the package with a unique signature, ensuring it wouldn't be intercepted, and sent it through multiple anonymous routing channels to reach Hank Pym's private server. The response was almost immediate. Within hours, Tony's monitoring systems flagged activity on Pym's server. The brilliant scientist had begun analyzing the logs and cross-referencing them against his own records. The revelations hit hard. Pym discovered irrefutable proof that the sabotage came from Hydra, not Howard Stark. The timestamps matched with incidents he had experienced firsthand. Unexplained malfunctions, disappearing data, and even altered research results. Pym was furious. For years, he had harbored resentment against Stark, convinced the man had betrayed him for personal gain. Now, faced with the truth, that anger turned to cold determination. He began digging deeper, using the provided evidence to identify other instances of Hydra interference. Back to Tony. "Sir, I've intercepted a new piece of information regarding Janet Van Dyne," Hermes announced. Tony sat up in his chair and opened the file. "Ah, Hydra bastards. I guess messing with the events got some events messed up. Well, I wonder how Hank's gonna take this." Tony's eyes narrowed as he examined the intercepted file. The document detailed a Hydra operation codenamed Wintervale, aimed at exploiting a critical Cold War conflict to sow chaos and advance Hydra's agenda. Among the details was a reference to Janet Van Dyne, codename Wasp, and a covert mission involving a Soviet ICBM. "Hermes," he said with a serious expression. Give me everything you can find about this mission. Cross-reference it with Hydra's plans and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s historical records. Hermes responded instantly, pulling up a complex network of files, some from Hydra's encrypted servers and others extracted from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. The mission's parameters began to take shape on the screen. Hydra had learned about the mission through sleeper agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. Their aim wasn't just sabotage. It was to ensure the mission's catastrophic failure. If the ICBM struck its target, it would escalate tensions between the US and the Soviet Union, bringing the world closer to nuclear war. More disturbingly, Hydra intended to use this chaos to push a global agenda of fear, allowing their operatives to take control in the ensuing power vacuum. As far as Tony could remember from the movies, Janet Van Dyne's role was crucial. She had been assigned to disable the missile alongside Hank Pym. Hydra planned to compromise Janet's mission by tampering with her equipment and feeding her false intel. "This is insane," he muttered. "They're playing games with millions of lives, and they don't care who gets caught in the crossfire." Hermes highlighted a critical piece of information. Hydra had planted agents in the field who would interfere directly with Janet's mission. These agents were tasked with ensuring her death, preventing her from disabling the missile, and leaving no trace of Hydra's involvement. "Hermes, package everything we have on Operation Winter Veil. Add a note emphasizing Hydra's direct interference and their plans to ensure Janet's death," Tony ordered. The AI compiled the data and, within seconds, sent it to Hank Pym's secure system. He waited, knowing full well the kind of response this would provoke. Hours later, Hermes detected unusual activity on Hank Pym's servers. Cameras inside Pym's lab revealed the man suiting up in his Ant-Man armor, his face contorted in barely restrained rage. "Oh no," Tony muttered. "Hermes, patch me through to his comm system." Inside his lab, Hank Pym was suiting up. He was angry as hell. They were going to kill her. Janet was part of their plan all along. A calm voice interrupted his train of thought. "Dr. Pym, this isn't the way to handle it." Hank froze, scanning the room. "Who the hell is this? How are you on my system?" "Call me a concerned ally," Tony said smoothly. He was obviously using a voice modulator to hide his real voice. "I'm the one who sent you the intel, and I know what you're about to do." Hank's jaw clenched. They planned to use Janet as bait, to sabotage the mission and leave her to die. "You think I'm just going to let that slide? I'm going to end them. And what then? Let's say you take out a few Hydra agents tonight. You'll be satisfied for what? A day? A week? Hydra's a Hydra for a reason. Cut off one head, and 2 more will take its place," Tony explained, hoping he could talk sense into the man before he went on a rampage. Hank hesitated but didn't lower his suit's activation sequence. "So what? I let them walk away? That's not going to happen." "No," Tony replied. "We hit them where it hurts. Not their agents, not just yet. We target their command structure, their resources, the heart of their operations." Hank's jaw tightened. "And how do you suggest we do that, genius?" "Because last I checked, you're hiding behind a computer screen." Tony smirked. "True, but brains tend to outlast brawn in battles like this. Listen, Dr. Pym, I have a plan. A big one. But I need your help." He laid out the details, his holographic display shifting to show Janet's Cold War mission logs alongside Hydra's plans for sabotage. "Here's the deal," he continued. "We don't interfere directly with Janet's mission. We let it play out. Hydra's agents think they have everything under control, but what they don't know is that we're going to use their weapon against them." Hank's eyes narrowed. "How?" "We'll reprogram the missile," Tony replied. "I've already accessed fragments of Hydra's network, but I can't act openly and I lack the resources to do so. That's where you come in. With your resources and brain, we can pinpoint Hydra's base of operations and the agents. On the day of the launch, we'll redirect the missile. It'll lock onto Hydra's base instead of its original target. But to pull it off, we are going to need some people inside to make sure everything goes smoothly, and they will be keeping an eye on the Hydra agents within. Then, on the day of the launch, our people will eliminate the agents and the missile will hit its target. We will take them down in a single swoop and Janet won't have to put her life at risk, Hank said, now understanding Tony's plan. Exactly, Tony nodded. And even if it fails, I've other ways to save her. I'll share the details in case of failure. And what are you going to get out of it? Hank asked with a serious expression. I doubt you are doing this out of charity. 2 favors. I'll ask them when it's time, and no matter what, you will help me out. Deal. Tony offered. If this plan of yours succeeds, then deal, Hank agreed. Tony knew he couldn't do anything to save Janet, but he was able to keep Hank from making a mistake that would endanger her. He smiled and shook his head. All right, so I'll keep digging on my end and let you know if I discover something new, while you find a way to place some trusted people within the enemy ranks. Other than information exchange through my secure line, we won't interact. And most importantly, do not try to find me. Understood? Yes, I understand. And thank you for all of this, Hank said gratefully. Don't thank me yet, Tony replied. Not till this is over. He cut the communication. He was about to get some much-needed sleep, but suddenly, a knock on the door made him sigh. Who is it? He asked cautiously, wondering who came looking for him at this hour of the night. He powered down his system. The holograms disappeared in an instant, leaving behind the mundane sight of textbooks, blueprints, and a half-eaten sandwich scattered across his desk. He walked to the door, raking a hand through his hair, attempting to mask the stress etched on his face. It's me, James. Rhodey's voice came through the door. Rhodey? He greeted, feigning surprise. Tony met Rhodey the day he arrived at MIT, and soon they became good friends and somewhat small rivals. Since Tony knew about the future somewhat thanks to his past life info, he wasn't expecting to meet Rhodey here. He thought that somehow his interference with the events might be changing things, like the butterfly effect, or he was probably the MCU version. James Rhodes stood there, his face a mix of annoyance and concern. He was in his usual gray t-shirt and blue jeans. He crossed his arms, stepping into the room without waiting for an invitation. Tony, what the hell are you up to? Tony leaned casually against the doorframe, forcing a smirk. Me? Nothing. Just your average late-night study session. Thermodynamics waits for no one, my friend. Rhodey raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Aha, and that's why you've got a security protocol running on your laptop that's more advanced than anything I've seen in the ROTC labs? Don't even try to tell me it's homework. He raised his arms in the air. Okay, maybe I was working on a side project. You know me, always tinkering. What's got you storming into my dorm at this hour? Anyway, something on your mind. Rhodey didn't buy it, but decided to let the dodge slide. For now. He stepped closer, his tone softening. Look, man, I know you. Something's been eating at you lately. You've been skipping classes, blowing off the team, and now this cloak and dagger tech you've been playing with? If you're in trouble, you need to tell me. Curious. Aren't ya? Worried. Worried is more accurate. Rhodey corrected him. I've been trying to respect your privacy, but if you're digging yourself into a hole, I'm not gonna let you do it alone. He sighed. Okay, you're right. I've been keeping something from you. I think you should sit down. The two sat in the cramped space of Tony's dorm. You remember how those arrogant punks said I can't hack into the Pentagon? Wait, you didn't. Rhodey looked shocked. Tony gave an arrogant smirk as he pulled out the laptop from the bag and placed it on the bed. The moment he powered it up, Rhodey gasped in shock. The screen showed the Pentagon logo with the words access granted beneath it. How did you do that? Rhodey asked in disbelief. Tony, this is insane. Well, I used the public terminal, Tony replied casually. I hacked into it using their own network and gained admin access. You gotta be kidding me? Rhodey whispered, shocked as hell. Do you know the kind of shit you can get yourself into? What were you thinking? I was bored, Tony lied, not wanting to reveal too much. Besides, it's been a week. No response from their end, so I guess they didn't notice anything. Don't jinx it. Come on. Don't you want to try it out? Tony asked. What do you think, James? Do you for once in your life want to go through the Pentagon's files and footage? Or perhaps control the entire place just for once? If that's not up your alley, maybe we could use their surveillance system to peek at anyone we want without them knowing what we are doing. Just imagine the fun. Rhodey's eye twitched at that. He was a rule follower, but Tony had awakened a new curiosity in him. He wanted to do what Tony said, though he knew he shouldn't. "Oh, what's this?" Tony asked, faking surprise as he pulled up live footage from New York. A naked girl with purple hair and hazel eyes. Rhodey almost choked at seeing her. "Cough, that's a corn star," he said, looking away. "Wow, I never knew you liked that sort of stuff," Tony teased. "I don't. I mean, she's just someone I saw on the TV recently. That's all," Rhodey said, his face red. "Come on, switch it off." "Ha ha ha. Okay. I'll forward the recordings to you later. Now, how about that freaking racist professor who's after your ass?" he asked with a smirk. "Huh? What about him?" "Take a look." Tony pulled up his files. Name Rick Perkin. Age 65. Married, yes. Spouse, Mary Perkin. Under the surveillance of the DEA for connection with the cartel. What the hell? I mean, oh my God. Did you see this? Rhodey asked in shock. The man is corrupt. Yeah. And you know what this means, right? Tony asked with a smirk. Rhodey looked at him with a frown. He's about to get fired, Tony said, laughing. We won't be caught, right? Nope. Okay. Let's do it. Rhodey nodded, excited as hell. So, Tony leaked the information and even exaggerated some facts to make it sound worse. Sure enough, 2 days later, Perkins was fired, and just outside the campus, waiting for him was the DEA agent. Back to Pym. Hank was staring at the screen displaying the intel from the unknown source. His hands trembled, but whether it was from anger or uncertainty, he couldn't say. The data laid bare Hydra's scheme. Janet, his Janet, had been nothing more than a pawn in their twisted game. It was the kind of revelation that could unearth the rage he had buried for decades. The Ant-Man helmet rested beside him, waiting, almost calling. Every fiber of his being screamed for action. To tear Hydra apart piece by piece to make them pay. But then there was the voice. Calm, calculated, and maddeningly anonymous. Dr. Pym, this isn't the way to handle it. He hated that the stranger had a point. Charging in would satisfy his anger but accomplish little else. Hydra wasn't just some street gang. They were a multinational monstrosity, with resources and contingencies far beyond anything he could tackle on his own. Still trusting a faceless ally? That wasn't something he did. Not anymore. His gaze fell to the data again. It was comprehensive, too comprehensive. Whoever this concerned ally was, they had access to resources far beyond what any civilian should. The schematics, the mission logs, the precise timing of Hydra's sabotage plans. This was SHIELD-level intel. Maybe higher. How the hell did they get this? He muttered under his breath. Janet always said his paranoia would be his undoing. But wasn't paranoia warranted in a world where everyone seemed to have an agenda? What if this was a trap? What if the intel itself was bait to lure him into an ambush? He stood abruptly, pacing the room. His mind raced through the possibilities. Was this some twisted Hydra ploy to get him off their trail? Or could it be someone from SHIELD testing his loyalty? No, SHIELD was too bureaucratic for something this covert. This had the hallmarks of someone working independently. His thoughts returned to Janet. Her laugh, her stubborn streak, the way she always seemed to see the good in people, even when he couldn't. If this intel was real, he wouldn't let her go on that mission. But if it was fake, then Janet would. The missile, countless lives would be lost. Could he live with himself for falling for a trap? He clenched his fists, forcing himself to breathe. This wasn't just about Janet or Hydra or whoever this anonymous ally was. It was about doing what he'd always done. Protecting the people he cared about, no matter the cost. Finally, he sat back down and stared at the communicator. If this is a trap, he thought grimly, I'll make them regret it. But for now, he would play along. Not because he trusted the mysterious voice, but because it gave him something he couldn't ignore. A plan. A chance. He would verify the data and double-check every detail. If even one piece of it seemed off, he'd abandon the plan and find another way to save Janet. Alone if he had to, Hank put on the helmet. "You're lucky Janet's life is worth more than my pride," he muttered to himself, activating the suit. He plans to infiltrate the Soviets to check the data from the direct source. Tony Stark wasn't the type to do things halfway. When he decided to focus on something, it wasn't just about reaching the goal. It was about doing even better than anyone thought possible, even better than he thought he could. Robotics had always interested him, and MIT gave him the perfect place to explore it. But Tony didn't want to just use the university's resources. He wanted his own space where he could work without any limits or rules, so he could create freely and without anyone getting in the way. His mom didn't take any time to think when he called her with his request. "Mom, I need a place to myself," Tony said. "Somewhere I can focus on my work without people always watching me." Maria's voice was kind but clear. "Tony, is this because of your studies? Or is this one of your—" "Mom," he cut in. "It's not about school. Something much more important. There's a competition coming up and I plan to do something big." Maria chuckled gently. "All right, Tony. But remember, if you cause any damage, you're the one who has to fix it." While Maria taking care of the place, Tony decided to begin the outlines for his project. His first major goal was to design robots for an upcoming robotics competition at MIT. The challenge: build a pair of autonomous robots capable of completing complex tasks with limited human intervention. The robots needed to exhibit teamwork, adaptability, and efficiency. He decided to go with the OG robot arms that Tony created in the MCU. Dummy, a helper bot arm capable of heavy lifting and multi-purpose utility, and you, a more analytical and efficient counterpart. Together, they would complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Within weeks, the small brick building a few blocks from campus became his private sanctuary. Stark Labs 1.0, as he jokingly called it. It wasn't much to look at. A modest two-story structure with a basement, but it was all his. The ground floor housed his workbenches and machinery, the second floor had a small lounge for late-night crashes, and the basement, well, that was where the magic would happen. Well, Tony was kind of surprised to see that his dad, who became an alcoholic man, decided to help him with the materials and equipment. Later, he called his mom to ask about the situation, and he was glad to know that Howard's drinking problem got under control and he was even taking therapy. He was glad to know the situation, with him exposing Hydra agents from the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s facilities and even mending his relationship with Hank. It must have taken a huge pressure off Howard's shoulders. He just hoped that his father would continue this healthy path. After that, he began the main project. Tony began with a whiteboard filled with scribbles, sketches, and equations. The vision for Dummy was clear. A single robotic arm on a mobile base, designed to assist with repetitive tasks while being endearingly human in its interactions. You, on the other hand, would have a more streamlined, multifunctional design with sensors and AI tailored for precision and problem-solving. Tony Stark wasn't the type to let setbacks slow him down, but even with an endless supply of materials from his dad, creating Dummy and You wasn't as easy as he had hoped. Over 4 months, Stark Labs 1.0 became a whirlwind of late nights, holographic projections, and constant revisions. He began by outlining the core objectives for his project. He split his work into 3 phases. 1. Build Dummy, a mobile robotic arm for heavy lifting and basic tasks. 2. Develop You, a precision-oriented analytical counterpart. 3. If time allows, attempt a humanoid design. He started with Dummy. Using high-grade servo motors, industrial-grade steel alloys, and gyroscopic stabilizers provided by Howard, Tony assembled the robotic arm. Dummy's base proved problematic. It struggled to move smoothly on uneven surfaces. He redesigned it twice, switching from simple wheels to an omnidirectional track system, which allowed the arm to pivot and glide with precision. Despite setbacks, Tony maintained a relentless pace. When he wasn't soldering circuits or tweaking motor calibrations, he was feeding Hermes, his AI assistant, with new algorithms. He wanted Hermes to not just assist him, but also learn from mistakes and anticipate needs. By the second month, Dummy was functional, though imperfect. It could lift heavy objects and follow basic commands, but its grip was inconsistent, and its movements lacked finesse. One memorable incident involved Dummy flinging a wrench across the lab during a test. "Great aim," Tony muttered, rubbing his temple. "But not quite what I need." With Hermes' help, Tony optimized Dummy's grip mechanics, adding force sensors to prevent overexertion. By the end of the month, Dummy could delicately pick up a glass without shattering it, an achievement Tony celebrated with a smirk and a can of soda. Next, he turned his attention to you. Unlike Dummy, you required a higher level of precision and complexity. Using lightweight alloys and advanced LiDAR sensors, Tony designed you to be faster and more agile. His core feature was a modular tool system, allowing it to swap attachments for various tasks. By the third month, Dummy and you were performing well enough that Tony's mind began to wander toward his third, more ambitious idea. Project Elena, a humanoid robot. He watched the robotic arms performing. "Well, that was too easy. I'm a genius." He looked back at the stacks of raw materials. "Well, Hermes, we got time. Shall we try something big?" Tony dove into Elena's design, starting with her frame. He decided on a child-sized robot, small enough to be maneuverable, but large enough to house advanced components. Using the lightweight titanium alloy Howard had shipped, Tony built Elena's skeletal structure. Getting her legs to work was a monumental challenge. Initial prototypes wobbled uncontrollably or fell over entirely. "Third time's the charm," Tony said, bracing himself as Elena's legs took their first hesitant steps. This time, they held steady. For her core systems, Tony adapted Hermes' AI. He rewrote parts of the code, giving Elena a more interactive, human-like personality. He also integrated a visual interface, a pair of expressive optical sensors that allowed her to look around and focus on tasks. The final month was a frenzy of fine-tuning and integration. By now, Dummy and you had become Tony's indispensable helpers. Dummy handled heavy assembly tasks, while you meticulously tested Elena's circuits and sensors. Tony worked day and night, his whiteboard covered with equations and flowcharts. Coffee cups piled up alongside discarded blueprints. Howard occasionally checked in, impressed by his son's progress but careful not to interfere. Elena's programming was the most demanding part. Tony wanted her to be more than just functional. He wanted her to be adaptable. He programmed her to learn from her environment and respond dynamically to new challenges. One evening, after weeks of debugging, Tony powered Elena on for the first time. Her optical sensors flickered to life, glowing a soft blue. She turned her head toward him and tilted it slightly, as if curious. "Hello, Tony," she said, her voice soft but clear. Tony stared, caught off guard by the lifelike quality of her voice. "Hey, Elena," he said, grinning. "Welcome to the team." From that moment, Elena became the centerpiece of Tony's work. She quickly proved to be more than just a robot. She was a problem solver, suggesting refinements for Dummy and you, and even helping Tony organize his chaotic workspace. Tony's life became a high-wire act as he juggled perfecting his robots, taking classes at MIT, and ensuring that the AI behind his creations didn't spiral out of control. Then there was Hydra. His days started early and ended late, often blending into each other. After Elena's activation, he realized the stakes of what he was building. These weren't just gadgets. They were intelligent systems, and their potential to misbehave, intentionally or otherwise, wasn't lost on him. One of his professors, Dr. Anton Steele, had once warned during a lecture, "An AI is only as ethical as the hands that shape it. Build carelessly, and it could destroy more than you intended." That statement stuck with Tony. He spent the next week developing layers of safety protocols for all his creations. Hermes became central to this effort. He expanded its role, making it a supervisor AI for the other systems. He programmed Hermes to monitor the robot's actions, ensure they operated within set parameters, and immediately shut them down if they veered off course. Elena, with her growing learning capabilities, presented the biggest challenge. Tony implemented a sandbox mode that isolated her higher functions during her learning phases, ensuring she couldn't affect the external systems while she experimented and grew. He also added what he jokingly referred to as the Buster Protocol, a hardwired remote shutdown that required Tony's biometric confirmation to override. While his work at Stark Labs 1.0 consumed his nights, MIT demanded his attention during the day. Tony attended classes on advanced robotics, quantum computing, and applied physics, often impressing or infuriating his professors with his knack for challenging conventional theories. Dr. Steele noticed Tony's brilliance and pulled him aside after a lecture one day. "Mr. Stark," he said, folding his arms, "you're clearly working on something significant, but don't let your ambition outpace your discipline." Tony smirked. "Don't worry, document. I've got a system. You better. Brilliance without caution can be catastrophic." Those words echoed in Tony's mind as he returned to the lab that evening. He wasn't just building machines. He was laying the foundation for his future. He wants to build mecha and cybernetics, and to do that, he has to start somewhere. Dami and you became increasingly indispensable. Dami's strength and dexterity improved with every iteration. Tony added a vocal interface to give it basic verbal commands, making communication smoother. "Dami, hand me the screwdriver," Tony said during a late-night repair session. Dami wobbled over, holding out the tool. "Finally getting the hang of it," Tony muttered with a tired grin. You, on the other hand, had become an efficiency machine. Its modular tools allowed it to perform precise tasks, from soldering delicate circuits to testing Elena's sensors. Elena's progress amazed even Tony. Her adaptive learning algorithms made her intuitive and resourceful. One afternoon, as Tony struggled to debug an error in Dummy's mobility module, Elena stepped in. "Tony," she said, "I've analyzed the issue. The gyroscopic stabilizer isn't receiving consistent voltage. Would you like me to rewire the circuit?" Tony raised an eyebrow, impressed. "Go ahead, Elena. Show me what you've got." Within minutes, the problem was resolved. As the MIT robotics competition approached, Tony decided his creations weren't just about winning. They were a proof of concept, a glimpse of what the future could look like. But he knew they needed to be practical as well as impressive. He worked on enhancing the robot's ability to collaborate. Dummy, you, and Elena were programmed to work as a team, each complementing the other's strengths. Dummy handled heavy lifting and assembly, you ensured precision, and Elena coordinated the workflow, making adjustments on the fly. Hermes became their collective brain, overseeing their interactions and preventing conflicts. Tony tested their teamwork with increasingly complex tasks like building intricate models, solving puzzles, and even assembling components for Elena's upgrades. One night, while testing a new subroutine, Tony noticed an anomaly in Elena's behavior. She hesitated before responding to a command, her optical sensors dimming briefly. "Something wrong, Elena?" he asked. "I'm not sure," she replied. "I detected a potential conflict in my decision-making process. It resolved itself, but I'll need to analyze the root cause." Tony's heart raced. This was exactly the kind of situation he wanted to avoid. He immediately paused her operations and reviewed her logs. The issue turned out to be a minor glitch in her learning algorithm, but it was a wake-up call. The next day, Tony doubled down on safety protocols. He created redundancy checks, enhanced Hermes' monitoring capabilities, and developed a new failsafe, an AI quarantine mode that isolated any system showing irregular behavior. "You're not going rogue on my watch," he muttered, finishing the update. On the night before the competition, he stood back and surveyed his work. Dummy's robust frame gleamed under the lab's lights. Yu's sleek design and interchangeable tools looked flawless. Elena, standing between them, tilted her head and gave Tony what he swore was a proud look. "You three are going to change the world," he said softly. Elena responded with a hint of humor in her voice. Let's win this competition first, Tony. He grinned. Smart Alec. Let's do it. Tony's age, 16. The MIT robotics competition wasn't just a simple contest. It was a place where the smartest minds in the country came to compete. Students from MIT, as well as participants from universities around the world, used their creativity and skills to build robots that tested the limits of what was possible in robotics. It was highly competitive with a $50,000 prize, a highly respected trophy, and, most importantly, the chance to be recognized as one of the best in the field. For many, the main goal was the money because, at that time, $50,000 was a huge amount, and it could help them fund and grow their projects even further. Tony, wearing his signature confidence and a brown jacket, strolled into the competition hall. The buzz of excitement filled the air, mingling with the hum of machines being calibrated and the occasional crackle of sparks from last-minute repairs. There were too many opponents. Well, to him, they didn't look that great. Some might say he had access to high-tech and research materials, but even so, he did build them on his own. And just like him, not all but many students had that same advantage. Tony could see some famous faces there who came to accompany their kids. Tony felt a bit disappointed and a little sad. He wanted his parents to see his first achievement, but sadly they weren't there with him. Shaking off that bad mood, he continued to walk toward his booth. Dummy you and Elena followed closely, each robot drawing intrigued stares and whispers from the crowd. Wow, Stark's brought a team, one student muttered. Another chuckled. Let's see if his engineering is as good as his ego. Tony ignored the comments, his focus razor-sharp. He approached the registration desk, handing over his entry details. Stark Labs, huh? The official said, arching an eyebrow. Good luck. You'll need it against the seniors and the pros. Tony smirked. Luck's for people who don't plan. The theme for the competition was collaborative robotics for real-world applications. Teams were challenged to build robots that could autonomously execute a series of complex tasks. The tasks included building a modular structure, solving a logistical puzzle, and completing a high-stakes rescue scenario within a time limit. Tony knew that, with his robots, he had a shot at victory. The first round began with a daunting assembly challenge. Teams had to build a structure from scattered parts, following a detailed schematic displayed on a large screen. The catch? The parts were dispersed across a field littered with obstacles, requiring robots to locate and transport them to the assembly zone. Tony stepped up to the starting line with his robots. All right, team, he said, his voice calm but commanding. Move out. As the buzzer sounded, Dummy surged forward, its omnidirectional tracks gliding smoothly over the uneven terrain. It located and gripped a large beam, deftly navigating around hurdles. Good boy, Dummy, Tony murmured, watching the display feed. You waited in the assembly zone, its sensors scanning Dummy's incoming load. As Dummy placed the beam, U's modular arm extended, locking it precisely into position. Elena monitored the process and adjusted the sequence to optimize efficiency. In less than 5 minutes, Tony's team had completed the task, leaving the audience in awe. Impressive. You are the first one in the history of this competition who brought a humanoid robot and 2 robot assistants. Anton Steele, one of the judges, walked up to Tony's bench. If you don't mind me asking, how did you control those robots? I don't see a controller. Are you perhaps using a self-aware AI? Good question, but I don't think I'll answer that question. After all, we all have our secrets, right, Professor Steele? Tony said with a smile. True that. Sorry, I couldn't help but ask. The idea of a humanoid robot. Well, it was just my dream. And seeing it right before my eyes. Well, he took out a card and handed it to him. If you want to talk, give me a call. I'll keep that in mind, Tony said. The second round tested strategic thinking and problem solving. Teams had to program their robots to sort and transport a set of colored cubes to specific zones, following a series of complex rules. Any mistakes would result in penalties. Elena took charge, her AI analyzing the puzzle in real time. Tony, I've identified the optimal sequence, she said. Go for it, Elena, Tony replied. Show them what you've got. Dummy, and you moved with precision under Elena's direction. Dummy's powerful grip handled the heavier cubes, while Yu's nimble arms sorted smaller, color-coded pieces into their designated spots. When the rules changed mid-task, a twist designed to test adaptability, Elena recalculated instantly. Adjusting path, she said, her voice steady. The robots executed flawlessly, finishing the round with 0 penalties. The crowd erupted into applause. Even Tony's competitors looked impressed, though some masked it with grumbles. Who is this guy? A senior competitor muttered. The last round was the most demanding. Teams had to simulate a rescue operation, retrieving a fragile artifact from a dangerous terrain filled with obstacles and hazards. The task required precision, teamwork, and speed. Tony's strategy was the same as before. The robots were working fine with no glitch. Hermes monitored the entire operation, ensuring safety protocols were followed. As the round began, Dummy moved into the hazardous zone, its sensors mapping a safe path. It lifted a fallen beam blocking the artifact, allowing you to move in. Yu's LiDAR sensors scanned the artifact, a glass orb, and its modular arm extended with surgical precision to retrieve it. Halfway through the task, a competitor's robot malfunctioned, sending a shockwave across the field. The vibration caused Dummy to lose balance momentarily. Dume, stabilizze, Tony barked. Hermes intervened, recalibrating Dummy's gyroscopes. It regained stability just in time, preventing a disaster. Meanwhile, Elena adapted the team's strategy, coordinating the final stretch with seamless efficiency. With seconds to spare, Dummy, Yu, and Elena delivered the artifact safely to the extraction point. The crowd went wild. As the judges added up the scores, Tony leaned on a workbench and took a relaxed sip of his soda. He already felt sure he had won, but it was still satisfying to hear it officially. The winner of the MIT robotics competition, with a perfect performance in every round, is Stark Lebs. The hall erupted in cheers and applause. Tony stepped onto the stage with his robots following him. Dr. Steele handed him the trophy, a sleek chrome sculpture of interlocking gears and a $50,000 check. Congratulations, Mr. Stark, Steele said, smiling. You've set a new standard for this competition. Tony took the mic, his trademark smirk firmly in place. Thank you, everyone. This wasn't just about building robots, it was about showing what's possible when you think big and work smart. And trust me, this is just the beginning. The victory brought him more than just money and recognition. It solidified his reputation as a prodigy, opening doors to opportunities he hadn't even considered. Professors and industry leaders approached him with offers, eager to collaborate or recruit him. Back at Stark Labs 1.0, Tony celebrated with Dummy, Yu, and Elena. He held the trophy high, grinning as the robots beeped and whirred in what he imagined was their version of applause. You guys did great, he said, setting the trophy on a shelf. But don't get too comfortable. We've got bigger things to build. Elena tilted her head, her optical sensors glowing warmly. What's next, Tony? Tony chuckled, already sketching ideas on his whiteboard. Oh, you'll see. Let's just say this is where the fun begins. While Tony was basking in the glory of victory, the shift in the timeline has already begun. Victor Von Doom's jaw clenched as he stood on the competition stage, staring at the trophy and check in his hands. The polite applause from the audience felt like mockery in his ears, each clap pounding like a drumbeat against his pride. He refused to look at Tony Stark, who stood a few feet away basking in his victory, holding the grand trophy aloft with that insufferable smirk plastered across his face. Doom's hands tightened around his runner-up trophy until his knuckles turned white. Second place. To him, as the crowd cheered for Stark Labs, Victor barely contained his fury. His team of meticulously engineered robots had performed flawlessly, or so he thought. His designs were calculated to perfection, and his algorithms were crafted with the precision of a master. And yet, it wasn't enough. The voice of one of the judges still echoed in his mind. Stark Labs robots demonstrated superior teamwork and adaptability, traits essential for real-world applications. Mr. Stark has truly redefined collaboration between AI systems. Adaptability, collaboration, words that stung like knives. Doom didn't care about teamwork. His designs were meant to dominate, to crush the competition with sheer brilliance. Yet here he was standing in Stark's shadow. Without a word, he took his robots and went to the back of the hall and smashed them up with an iron rod until they became scraps. Master Victor, his butler followed him. Clean up the trash and send it to my study, Victor said calmly. Don't worry, I'll stay for the party. He smiled and left the scene. He knew he had to keep an appearance to keep up his reputation for now. The butler, as ordered, sent the scraps back home. The journey back to his home was a blur. By the time Victor stepped into his estate, an imposing mansion on the outskirts of Cambridge, the rage simmering within him had grown into a roaring inferno. The grand, empty halls did nothing to soothe his turmoil. He stormed into his study, slamming the doors shut behind him. The room was dimly lit, the flickering light from a crackling fireplace casting long, jagged shadows across the walls. Victor stood before the fire, his breathing heavy, the second-place trophy and check still clutched in his hands. For a moment, he stared at the objects as if they were mocking him. His reflection in the polished surface of the trophy's plaque seemed to taunt him with the words etched there. Runner-up, MIT Robotics Competition. With a guttural growl, he hurled the trophy into the flames. The metal clanged against the hearth before the fire swallowed it, the heat warping its once pristine surface. Next, he tore the check in half, then into quarters, the pieces fluttering like ash before he tossed them onto the burning logs. The fire roared in response, as though feeding on his fury. Victor turned, his eyes landing on the smashed remnants of his robots strewn across the floor. Their once elegant frames now lay twisted and broken, wires spilling out like entrails. He approached the wreckage, his fists clenching and unclenching. These machines were supposed to be his magnum opus, a testament to his genius. Instead, they had been humiliated. By him. Tony Stark's face loomed in his mind, that smug grin and those flippant remarks. Stark hadn't even acknowledged Victor as a rival, treating him as little more than a footnote in his own success story. Think big and work smart, Stark had said during his victory speech. As if to mock Victor's methodical precision, his lip curled into a snarl. For a fleeting moment, he imagined wrapping his hands around Stark's throat, wiping that arrogance from his face forever. The thought brought a twisted sense of satisfaction, but it wasn't enough. No, killing Stark would be too easy. Victor's mind raced, his anger fueling his darker side. Stark needed to be humbled, his genius dismantled piece by piece until nothing remained but a broken man begging for mercy. Only then would Victor Von Doom feel vindicated. He slumped into the leather armchair before the fire, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. Slowly, his breathing steadied, though his anger remained. But now it was no longer a wild, uncontrollable fury. It was something colder, more calculating. He had underestimated Stark, but that would not happen again. Victor's mind churned with possibilities, his intellect cutting through the fog of his rage like a scalpel. Stark's victory had exposed a weakness in Victor's approach, a blind spot he had been too arrogant to see. Collaboration, Victor muttered, the word tasting bitter on his tongue. If Stark wanted to play the game of teamwork and adaptability, then Victor would surpass him on every front. He would create something far beyond what Stark could even comprehend. A marvel of engineering and intellect that would cement Victor Von Doom's place as the superior genius. Rising from the chair, Victor walked to his workbench. He surveyed the broken pieces of his robots, his mind already envisioning their rebirth. These failures would become the foundation of something greater. Hank Pym stood in his workshop, his face illuminated by the soft glow of the lab's computer monitors. Before him was his Ant-Man suit, though calling it that now didn't do it justice. This was no longer the simple shrinking suit he'd used during his early missions. He'd spent the last 3 sleepless nights upgrading every component. The wings, inspired by Janet's wasp design, gleamed faintly in the fluorescent light. A miniaturized propulsion system now enabled true flight, giving him the edge he sorely needed for this mission. He slipped into the suit, the helmet fitting snugly over his head. As the internal HUD came to life, a familiar voice spoke. "Everything seems operational." Dr. Pym, his AI companion, read. "Resourceful engineering device," chimed in. "Flight capabilities are nominal, and the new cloaking system is fully functional. Would you like me to run another diagnostic?" "No time, Red. We're doing this live." Hank's voice was firm, though the tension in his jaw betrayed his nerves. "Understood. I've also preloaded the Soviet communication frequencies you requested. You'll be able to intercept and decode their transmissions within a 15-mile radius." "Good." Hank activated the suit's shrinking mechanism, his body compressing down to the size of an ant. He leaped onto a waiting drone that zipped him toward the ventilation shaft, his chosen point of exit. As he soared into the night, Hank replayed Tony's words in his mind. The man, whoever he was, had given him a lead. But trust was a luxury Hank couldn't afford. He'd verify the intel himself. If this was a trap, he would uncover it. And if it wasn't, well, Hydra wouldn't know what hit them. Soviet base. The Soviet facility was hidden deep within a frozen wasteland, surrounded by towering pine trees and a blanket of snow that seemed to absorb all sound. From his aerial vantage point, Hank watched the base through his helmet's enhanced optics. Soldiers patrolled the perimeter, their movements methodical and precise. The main structure was a squat, concrete building. There was an array of antennas bristling from the roof, not to mention the automated turrets. "Red, scan the area," Hank commanded. Scanning, the facility houses approximately 46 personnel, including guards and engineers. Thermal signatures indicate a secured underground bunker. That is likely where their missile control center is located. "Figures," Hank muttered. "Let's get inside." The upgraded suit's wings buzzed softly as he descended toward the base. Activating the cloaking system, Hank rendered himself invisible to both the naked eye and electronic surveillance. He slipped past the guards at the main gate, shrinking further to avoid detection. At the size of a flea, he darted through a crack beneath the door. Inside, the facility was a hive of activity. Engineers huddled over blueprints, soldiers marched through corridors, and radio operators relayed encrypted messages. Hank navigated the labyrinthine halls, his HUD guiding him toward the bunker entrance. "Red, are we picking up any chatter about Hydra or the missile?" he asked. "Negative, Dr. Pym. Most transmissions are routine. However, I've flagged a secure channel that could be of interest. Shall I attempt to decrypt it?" "Do it." As the AI worked, Hank arrived at a heavily guarded elevator. It was the only access point to the underground bunker. He perched on a guard's shoulder, listening as they exchanged passcodes and swiped keycards. "Got it?" Hank whispered, memorizing the sequence. He jumped from the guard's shoulder onto the keypad, using the suit's built-in interface to mimic the access code. The elevator doors slid open, and he slipped inside unnoticed. The elevator descended slowly, the temperature dropping slightly as it carried him deeper into the earth. When the doors opened, he was greeted by a sprawling command center. Dozens of monitors lined the walls, displaying missile schematics, surveillance footage, and streams of data in Russian. At the center of the room was the missile itself, a towering behemoth, its warhead gleaming ominously under the fluorescent lights. "Red, analyze the warhead," Hank said. So he was right. Damn, these bastards. If it weren't for the plan, I'd have destroyed this entire place. Analysis complete. The payload is consistent with a high-yield thermonuclear device. Based on its targeting systems, the missile is primed to strike the United States. Hank's stomach tightened. Janet's mission had been to retrieve intel about Soviet missile development, but Hydra's interference had turned it into a death trap. If the missile launched, millions could die, and Janet would likely be among the casualties. Decrypt complete, Red announced. The secure channel contains directives from Hydra operatives embedded within the Soviet ranks. They plan to activate a secondary sabotage mechanism during the missile test to ensure mission failure. Bastards, Hank growled. Can we disable it? Affirmative. However, accessing the sabotage mechanism will require direct interaction with the missile's control panel. Hank scanned the room. Soviet engineers were clustered around the control panel, their attention focused on the missile's diagnostics. He couldn't risk exposing himself. He needed a distraction. He activated the suit's swarm protocol, releasing a contingent of robotic ants from a compartment on his back. The tiny machines scurried across the floor, heading toward the facility's power junction. Within moments, the lights flickered, and the room plunged into darkness. The engineers scrambled, shouting in Russian as they tried to restore power. In the chaos, he flew toward the control panel, landing on its surface. He resized to a few inches tall, just enough to interact with the controls. Red, guide me through the sabotage mechanism. Accessing the mechanism is located within the missile's targeting system. You'll need to interface directly with its internal circuitry. Hank's hands moved fast, dismantling the panel and exposing the intricate wiring beneath. He connected a data cable from his suit to the missile, allowing Red to begin reprogramming the targeting system. Reprogramming in progress. Estimated time, 90 seconds, the AI reported. Hurry it up, Hank muttered. The engineers were already beginning to restore power, and it wouldn't be long before they noticed him. The room remained chaotic, with engineers scrambling to resolve the power outage, unaware of the true sabotage occurring under their noses. The missile's targeting system chirped softly, signaling the completion of the override. Reprogramming complete, Red announced. Missile target coordinates have been updated to Hydra's Siberian base. Secondary command protocols embedded and secured. Hank disconnected his suit from the control panel and sealed the access port. Good work, Red. Let's move. He shrank to his smallest size and buzzed toward the ceiling vents, narrowly avoiding a guard who entered the room with a flashlight. The next phase of the plan required access to the facility's main server room. Hank navigated through the ventilation system, using his suit's enhanced optics to map the base's layout. The server room was located near the center of the underground facility, heavily secured with biometric scanners and armed guards. However, he shrank even further than the smallest of ants. He flew through a gap between the server room door and its frame, hovering over a surveillance camera. Red, take control of the server room cameras and loop the footage. Accessing. Cameras disabled. Perfect. Now we need a backdoor installed. Something deep and untraceable. Understood, Dr. Pym. Beginning interface. Hank connected his suit to the server terminal, watching as lines of code scrolled across his HUD. How long? Estimated time, 3 minutes. I recommend staying alert. The power restoration efforts will likely draw attention here soon. Noted, Hank muttered, his eyes scanning the room. He adjusted his suit's cloaking field, blending into the shadows. Red worked efficiently as the seconds ticked by, embedding a covert access point deep within the server's code. This backdoor would allow Hank to monitor and manipulate the facility systems remotely, a critical advantage for the larger mission. Backdoor installation complete, Red reported. Additionally, I have uncovered data indicating the existence of 6 more facilities identical to this one, each housing nuclear warheads. 6 more. His eyes widened. Correct. I am transferring their coordinates to your HUD. Each facility appears to be operational and connected to Hydra's overarching network. Hank's mind raced. Destroying one missile was no longer enough. If he didn't act, millions more lives would be at risk. We're taking them all down. Let's get to work. Throughout the night, Hank infiltrated each facility with precision. Using the backdoor installed in the first server, he disabled security protocols and bypassed biometric locks. His suit's cloaking and shrinking capabilities made him virtually undetectable, allowing him to move freely through each base. He reprogrammed the warheads at each facility, redirecting their targeting systems to Hydra's known bases. The sabotage mechanisms embedded in the missiles were meticulously hidden within layers of code, ensuring that even Hydra's most skilled engineers would struggle to uncover them. As Hank completed his work at the final facility, exhaustion began to set in. His suit's power reserves were running low, and his body ached from hours of relentless effort. Still, he pressed on, driven by the knowledge that Janet's life and countless others depended on him. He allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had done it. The warheads were sabotaged, and their targets were redirected to Hydra's strongholds. Janet's mission could proceed without the looming threat of nuclear devastation. Back in his lab, Hank powered down his suit and removed the helmet. His body felt heavy, every muscle protesting after the night's ordeal. He sank into a chair, staring at the screen displaying the coordinates of the sabotaged facilities. 6 bases, 6 missiles, he muttered. Hydra won't know what hit them. Red chimed in. The sabotage mechanisms are secure. However, I recommend monitoring Hydra's communications for any signs of suspicion. Agreed, Hank said. He leaned back, exhaustion finally overtaking him. Despite the toll, he felt a sense of accomplishment. For the first time in years, he had struck a decisive blow against Hydra and protected the woman he loved. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts turned to the anonymous ally who had provided the initial intel. Whoever they were, they had given him a chance to fight back. Thank you. The next evening, the MIT campus buzzed with excitement as Dr. Anton Steele hosted an exclusive celebration in honor of the competition's participants. The event was held in the large hall on campus. The hall was filled with fancy chandeliers and banners that portrayed the university's history of creativity and innovation. It was full of students, professors, business leaders, and sponsors. Everyone was eager to meet the young star, who had suddenly become the center of attention. Tony showed up a little late, wearing a navy blue suit that made him look both charming and self-assured. Dummy, you, and Elena were safely back at Stark Labs, charging and undergoing routine diagnostics. As he entered, conversations paused, and eyes turned toward him. Tony acknowledged the attention with a casual wave and his trademark smirk before grabbing a drink from a passing server. Dr. Steele approached, a warm smile on his face. Tony, glad you could make it, he said, offering a firm handshake. Wouldn't miss it, Tony replied. Though I hope you didn't throw this just for me. I mean, I know I'm great, but... Steele laughed. The event is for everyone, but let's not pretend you're not the highlight. Well, enjoy the party. Tony, over here, called Rhodey, his best friend and one of the few people who could call him out on his antics. Rhodey was standing near a group of students, laughing at some joke Tony hadn't heard. Tony grinned and joined him. Rhodey, don't tell me you're stealing my spotlight. You mean your ego's spotlight? Rhodey shot back, clapping Tony on the shoulder. Tony chuckled but suddenly winced. A dull ache had been gnawing at the back of his head all day, and now the pain was increasing. He thought it as a lack of sleep. He hadn't rested properly in weeks, pouring every ounce of energy into the competition and Hydra. As the night wore on, the ache intensified further. By the time Professor Steele raised his glass to toast the participants, Tony's vision blurred slightly. He steadied himself on the edge of a nearby table, masking his discomfort with a practiced smirk. Tony, you good? Rhodey asked, his brow furrowing. He waved him off. I'm fine. Just a little tired. Rhodey wasn't convinced. You don't look fine. Maybe you should sit down. I'm good, Tony insisted, his voice sharper than he intended. He didn't want to admit weakness, not here, not now. An hour later, Tony's condition had worsened. The throbbing in his head felt like a hammer pounding against his skull. Lights seemed too bright, and every sound was too loud. He managed to find a quieter corner, leaning against the wall and rubbing his temples. Rhodey found him again. That's it. You're done for the night. Let's go. He looked worried. He knew how hard Tony pushed himself, and now the party with big people gunning for him without giving him a break. Then there were those competitors. He thought maybe Tony was tired. Tony opened his mouth to argue but faltered when a wave of dizziness hit him. He nodded with a sigh. Fine. You win. My head is killing me. Take me back to my room. Rhodey looped an arm around Tony's shoulders and helped him out of the party. By the time they reached Tony's dorm, his steps were unsteady, and his usually sharp wit had dulled. Once inside, Tony collapsed onto the bed, groaning. It's nothing, Rhodey. I'm just overworked. Rhodey crossed his arms, staring him down. You're not just tired. You look like you're about to pass out. Have you eaten anything today? Drunk any water? Yeah. You know I never miss my food and water, Tony muttered, pulling a blanket over himself. Rhodey sighed and went out, returning with a glass of water and some painkillers. Take these, then sleep. If you're not better by tomorrow, I'm dragging you to the hospital. Tony took the pills begrudgingly, swallowing them with a grimace. You're such a mom, Rhodey. Yeah, well, someone has to be, Rhodey shot back. Get some rest. Thanks, man, Tony mumbled, already drifting off. Rhodey waited until he was asleep, then slipped out of the room. There was no way he was leaving Tony alone. As much as his friend liked to think otherwise, he had a habit of making bad decisions and pushing himself too far. But to think he'd hear thanks from Tony, well, that was something rare. The next few days passed without incident, but Tony couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The headache from the party had subsided, and he felt fine. Well, better than fine, actually. Yet, there was an undeniable strangeness in the way his mind worked now. The world seemed sharper, more vivid. Numbers, formulas, and ideas danced in his head with a clarity that was almost unsettling. During his usual morning routine, he solved a Rubik's Cube in seconds without even realizing he was doing it. By the time he reached Stark Labs, he'd mentally restructured an entire prototype design that had stumped him for weeks. It wasn't until the evening, as he sat in his dorm scrolling aimlessly through his tablet, that the realization truly hit him. He picked up an MBBS textbook that Rhodey was looking for some reason, and asked Tony to find one for him. Flipping through it, Tony decided to test his newfound abilities. First, it was out of curiosity. Let's see what all the fuss is about, he muttered, settling into his chair. Anatomy, biochemistry, pharmacology. Topics he'd never touched before made perfect sense. He breezed through chapters on the endocrine system and surgical techniques, absorbing information as if he'd studied medicine his entire life. Tony paused, staring at the book in disbelief. He closed it, then opened another, a dense text on molecular biology. Again, the information flowed into his mind like water into a glass. There were no barriers, no effort needed. It was exhilarating and terrifying. Slumping back into his chair, Tony ran a hand through his hair, his expression dark. What the hell is happening to me? This wasn't just intelligence, it was something more. His thoughts felt too fast, too clear, as if his brain were running on a completely different frequency. He glanced at the stack of textbooks on his desk and then at the whiteboard in the corner, now filled with equations and schematics he'd scribbled without thinking. Okay, stark. Think? He muttered to himself, rubbing his temples. What changed? What's different? He replayed the last few days in his mind. The competition, the party, the headache. Was this a side effect of exhaustion? A freak reaction to something? Wait a sec. Tony's eyes widened as a wild thought crossed his mind. Ultimate Iron Man? He hadn't thought about those comics in years. Not since he'd accepted his new life as Tony Stark. But now, the fragmented recollections, scattered, incomplete, and strange, began to piece themselves together. The ultimate Iron Man, the version from Earth 1610, had been a genius just like him. He had been brilliant, driven, and always on the edge of something bigger. But there had been that moment, the brain tumor, a death sentence that couldn't be fixed no matter how advanced the technology was. In the comics, the tumor had been an unwelcome death sentence that was discovered to be something far more dangerous. An infinity gem, embedded in his brain, transforming him in ways no one could fully comprehend. Tony's hand instinctively went to his forehead. He felt it again now, a strange pulse beneath the skin. He wasn't too sure if it was his imagination or the result of his panicked state. The memory of the tumor, the inoperable one, mixed with the sudden clarity of the knowledge that had flooded his mind. The infinity gem, the maker, it had all come back in a rush. But this wasn't Earth 1610. He was sure about that due to Hank's behavior, his name, and the ongoing events. Could it be? Was Hank pretending to be a good guy, or is he abusing Janet behind his fake face? Is he the MCU version or the ultimate version? Ah, damn it. Tony's head spun with the implication. Had he somehow inherited the same fate, the same affliction? But why now, and how had it triggered? He looked at his reflection in the nearby window, his own face staring back at him. Young, confident, a little too smug, but now with a glimmer of something unfamiliar in his eyes, a spark of understanding that wasn't his own. The thought of the infinity gem sent a shiver down his spine. Was it possible that, somewhere along the line, this universe's version of Tony Stark had somehow absorbed the same fate as his comic counterpart? Or had it always been there, buried deep within him, waiting to awaken? Was it because he messed with the events of this reality? Too many questions popped up in his mind, but this time he failed to find any answers. Damn it! Grabbing the jacket, he rushed out of his lab and took a cab straight to the hospital to get a checkup. On the way to the hospital, Tony's mind continued working overtime, and then there was that pain. Despite that, he pulled out his tablet and hacked into the hospital's database. It was like a piece of cake for someone who hacked into the Pentagon and Hydra's network to hack into a weakly secured network. He found the neurology department and managed to schedule an appointment for the same day with the chief neurologist, Dr. Evelyn Harrington. This was the only way to skip the long wait and the red tape that usually comes with a 16-year-old trying to get medical help without their parents' permission. Tony marked the appointment as urgent but kept the description simple, just mentioning headaches, dizziness, and feeling unwell. Besides that, he ordered Hermes to do a background check on the doctor and find anything that he could use to make a deal in case she asked for parental consent. It didn't take too long for the AI to pull out the data. Now this is some nice shit, he thought, reading the data. The cab pulled up to Massachusetts General Hospital, and Tony paid before stepping out, trying to appear composed. He adjusted his jacket and walked quickly into the lobby. At the front desk, the receptionist glanced up from her computer. "Do you have an appointment?" she asked, eyeing him curiously. "Yeep, Stark. Should be under Anthony Stark." The receptionist typed in his name. After a moment, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "Dr. Harrington will see you in 10 minutes. Please take a seat." "Thanks," Tony replied, moving to the waiting area. He sat down, tapping his fingers nervously against the armrest. His head still throbbed, and the buzz of activity in the waiting area made it worse. Minutes later, a nurse called his name. He followed her to a consultation room, where Dr. Harrington was already reviewing his file. She looked up as he entered. "Anthony Edward Stark? That's me," he said, forcing a casual tone. Dr. Harrington was in her late 40s, blonde, and she was wearing glasses. "I see here that you've been experiencing headaches and dizziness. How long have these symptoms been occurring?" Tony leaned back, choosing his words carefully. "It started a few days ago. The pain wasn't too bad at first, but now it's pretty intense. Like something's pressing against my skull. It's been hard to concentrate." He didn't mention anything about the sudden burst of clarity in his mind. That wasn't something he wanted anyone investigating. Dr. Harrington took note of his description, her expression neutral but attentive. "Have you had any other symptoms, like nausea, trouble seeing, or trouble speaking?" "No," Tony said quickly. "Just the pain, and sometimes I get a little dizzy. Oh, I might have passed out twice 3 days ago." He left out the parts about his mind moving 1,000,000 miles a minute and his ability to process information in ways he couldn't explain. That was something he could barely understand himself. Dr. Harrington nodded thoughtfully. All right, we'll do a basic neurological exam, and based on the results, we can determine if imaging tests are necessary. Tony agreed, trying to relax as she tested his reflexes and coordination. As she did, his mind kept racing, ticking off calculations and designs in the background. But he kept his face neutral. When the physical tests were complete, Dr. Harrington stepped back, evaluating her findings. Your reflexes and coordination are normal, which is a good sign. However, the pain and dizziness you're describing still require further tests. I'd like to schedule an MRI and possibly a CT scan to rule out any structural issues. You need to call your parents or guardian to obtain consent for the procedure. We will not proceed without it. Understand, Mr. Stark. Tony pulled out his tab. Hermes has already found out her weakness. Oh boy, this one is on the next level. But, damn him. How about we forget about parent consent? You can sign the documents instead, and in return, he placed the tab on the table and slid it over to her. The proof of your husband sleeping with the head nurse behind your back or the 2 kids and another wife he's hiding in California. Dr. Harrington's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed with anger. She picked up the tablet, examining the photos. I knew it, but how did you? Doesn't matter. A favor for a favor, deal? He smiled, extending his hand. Fine, she growled. But the second the tests are done, you will give me those files. I'm going to tear that bastard apart. Cool down. I don't want you to get angry and mess up my tests. I promise you that you'll get the files once the tests are done. I can even give you the details of his hidden bank accounts and stocks. So, do your job, find out what's in my head. And you are rich and you can do whatever you want with your husband. Deal? Dr. Harrington stared at him. She was torn between her outrage and the prospect of gaining wealth and revenge. Deal, she agreed, shaking his hand. Tony lay on the slide bed, watching the ceiling of the MRI machine as its rhythmic hum filled his ears. Took some time, but the doctor managed to get him a rush order on an MRI. Then there was another scan. The procedure didn't take long, and after it was done, he was escorted back to the consultation room. The doc returned to the consultation room, and her expression was telling it all. The results weren't good. She set the folder, containing the results, down on the desk and took a deep breath before speaking. Mr. Stark, the results are back. She began with a grim look. The scans show a mass in your brain. Tumor. It's located deep within the frontal lobe, near critical areas controlling cognitive functions. Tony kept his face calm. How bad is it? Dr. Harrington paused for a moment as she rechecked the files. The tumor can't be removed with surgery. It's in a spot where operating could cause severe harm to important areas of your brain. We can try radiation and chemotherapy, but because of its size and location, these treatments would probably only slow it down, not get rid of it completely. Early stage, he asked. Yes, even though it's small at the moment, we believe it will keep growing. As it grows, it will put more pressure on your brain, leading to serious problems with your thinking and memory. Over time, you'll lose the ability to speak and control your movements. Mr. Stark, I'm sorry to tell you this, but before she could finish, Tony interrupted. So I'm going to die, right? How long do I have left? With constant treatment and medicine, maybe 5 to 6 years, she explained. But that's just an estimate. Some people with this condition survive for years. I know it sounds impossible, but there are stories of patients who were told they had 2 years to live and they made it for 10 or 20. Everyone's case is different. There's always hope, Mr. Stark. Yeah, hope. Tony didn't bother to argue. Thank you, Doc. He opened his tab and forwarded the information to her phone. As promised, here's everything I have. I'll leave the rest of it up to you. Have fun and thanks again. The doctor checked her phone. The files were there, and her husband was completely exposed. But she could care less about him. Right now, she was focused on Tony. Mr. Stark. She stepped toward him. Are you all right? Even she was surprised to see a young boy being so calm after receiving news like that. Anyone would freak out. No worries, Doc. It's just, It was only a matter of time before my brain would kill me. He let out a small laugh. But I have enough time to do what I want. Thank you. Sigh. She quickly scribbled a prescription for the pain and the dizziness. If the pain or dizziness gets worse, come back immediately. Also, call me anytime if you need anything. She handed him the slip of paper. And it's not my place to intervene with your personal life, but it's better if you inform anyone close and start the treatment as soon as possible. Yeah, will do. Thanks. Document. Tony left the room and headed to the pharmacy. The pain had eased up, but it was still there. He needed some painkillers to deal with the rest of the day. After getting the prescription filled, he went to a nearby restaurant and decided to grab some burgers and Coke before heading home. He felt tired and a little overwhelmed by the news. Just when he thought he had a new life, death came knocking on his door. He knows the events that might happen in this reality. That tumor is going to become an infinity gem, and Reed's maker version will open up his brain while keeping him conscious, and he will rip it out, killing him. But he wasn't that desperate. Still, his hands trembled slightly as he ate his lunch. The food tasted bland, and his stomach was a knotted mess. Still, he forced himself to finish it. His body needed the energy. Tony pulled out his phone, debating whether or not to tell anyone about his diagnosis. But he decided to put it back in his pocket. Alright, gotta kill Reed before he can become the maker and kill me. I'm not too familiar with this storyline, so gotta act fast. He paid for his food and headed back to his dorm. As soon as he got there, he closed the door and locked it. He didn't want any interruptions. He sat at his desk, staring at the array of monitors in front of him. The dull hum of his dorm room's air conditioning was the only sound, underscoring the tension in his mind. He wasn't new to danger or death. It was practically a constant in every universe, and he had already experienced it once before. But this wasn't some enemy he could outthink or outmaneuver. This was inside him, a tumor that might turn into an infinity gem if this really was the mishmash universe he feared. Tony clenched his fists, forcing the tremors in his hands to still. He couldn't afford weakness now. The stakes were too high. Hermes, he called out, and his tablet lit up with a soft chime. Find everything you can on Reed Richards. I want his current whereabouts, his research projects, associates, everything. Affirmative, Hermes responded in a neutral tone. Within moments, lines of data began scrolling across the screen. Also, cross-reference this with any anomalies or unexplainable incidents, superhuman incidents, advanced tech sightings, anything out of place. Hermes processed the command, compiling a report. Tony scanned it, his sharp mind cataloging every detail. Reed Richards existed in this world, a prodigy working on cutting-edge physics and dimensional theories at Empire State University. But only theories so far. There was no indication he'd ever succeeded in making a device that could break through dimensions. But if it's true, then I can't let him get that far. I need to take him out. Tony's jaw tightened. Sunlight came through the blinds in Tony's small dorm room at MIT. Books, plans, and unfinished gadgets were scattered everywhere. It looked the same as always. The quiet sound of his servers and the soft beeps from Hermes, his computer, filled the room as it worked on his latest task. Tony sat at his desk with a cold cup of coffee next to him. His fingers kept tapping on the keyboard, even though the headache he felt made it feel like nails scratching glass. He stopped for a second, rubbing his temples. Hermes, he said, his voice rough, give me an update on Reed Richards' activities. The AI's smooth voice responded instantly. Reed Richards has been spending an increasing amount of time at a private laboratory located on the outskirts of Manhattan. The lab was established 3 months ago under the guise of an independent research facility, but is funded through anonymous donors, likely shell corporations tied to advanced tech firms. Tony's lips curled into a humorless smirk. Anonymous donors? Classic Reed. He's always hiding behind someone else's money. There is more, Hermes continued. Surveillance logs indicate irregular energy signatures emanating from the lab during night hours. Patterns match theoretical models for transdimensional energy manipulation. Tony's smirk faded. So, he's closer than I thought. The headache surged, sharp and relentless. He winced, gripping the edge of the desk as pain radiated through his skull. His vision blurred, the screen in front of him dissolving into meaningless patterns. Hermes medication reminder, he grunted. Reminder. You have not yet taken the prescribed painkillers for the day. Tony grabbed the small bottle of pills sitting on the corner of his desk, popped 2 into his mouth, and washed them down with the lukewarm coffee. The bitter taste made him gag, but the relief that followed was worth it. It was now morning, and Tony had an exam to get through. He shoved his tablet and a few notebooks into his bag before heading out the door. The walk to his lecture hall was short, but every step felt like a marathon with the headache pounding away at his senses. His mind wasn't on the exam but on his survival. By noon, Tony was back in his dorm, staring at a detailed blueprint of Reed's lab. Hermes had managed to scrape the schematics from obscure municipal records. It was a fortress of cutting-edge tech and security systems, but it was still a building. It had weaknesses. Tony studied the blueprints for several hours, mapping out potential points of entry, blind spots in the security grid, and areas that could be disabled without triggering the entire system. But what if he hacks into the main system and destroys everything? Maybe a freak accident to kill Reed without physically getting his hands dirty. Hermes can do that. No one will ever know. Tony paced the length of his dorm room, the tension in his shoulders palpable as he mulled over his options. He wasn't a killer. Not directly. Engineering solutions, subverting systems, and leveraging technology were his weapons. Taking a life was different. But if Reed Richards became the maker in this world, it wouldn't just be Tony's life at stake. It would be countless others. He stopped pacing and sat down, his hands gripping the edges of his desk. Hermes refined the analysis. If I disable Reed's lab, what are the probabilities of collateral damage? The AI responded almost instantly. Simulations show that sabotaging the lab from a distance by targeting its power supply and containment systems has a 92% probability of complete destruction of the facility. However, there is a 67% probability of a critical energy discharge causing harm to surrounding areas. Fatalities cannot be ruled out. Tony frowned. That margin for collateral damage was too high. He needed precision, not chaos. He ran a hand through his hair, the throbbing in his head making it hard to focus. All right, let's scale it back. Find me a way to isolate the energy systems without blowing the place sky high. Hermes processed for a moment before speaking. Solution: disruption of the primary containment field. The lab's energy manipulations rely on an uninterruptible power supply from a custom-built quantum generator. Disabling the generator would cease all transdimensional experiments without the risk of a catastrophic chain reaction. This requires physical access to the generator. Tony's eyes narrowed as he considered the risk. Breaking into the lab wasn't ideal, but it was starting to feel unavoidable. If he wanted precision, he'd have to do it himself. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the schematic on his screen. The generator was housed in the sub-basement, heavily shielded from external interference. It was Reed's pride and joy, no doubt. Hermes, start designing a disruption device. Something portable that can emit an EMP strong enough to temporarily disable the generator. Make it compact and fast-acting. Acknowledged, Hermes replied. The screen filled with schematics as the AI began designing the device. Meanwhile, Tony began to design a mini robot the size of his palm. The robot would carry the EMP disruptor into the lab and plant it near the generator. 1 month later, the past month had been a whirlwind of preparation. Between balancing his classes, keeping up appearances, and evading the growing pain in his head, Tony had poured every spare moment into his plan. If Reed Richards was on the cusp of a breakthrough that could lead to disaster, Tony needed to act before it was too late. Hermes's voice broke through the hum of machinery. Disruption device prototype completed. Ready for testing. Tony stood at a central workbench, a holographic blueprint of the EMP disruptor hovering in front of him. The device was compact and small enough to fit in his hand, yet powerful enough to overload Reed's custom quantum generator. Beside it sat a sleek, spider-like robot designed to infiltrate the lab and deliver the disruptor to its target. Tony picked up the disruptor, examining it closely. "Nice work, Hermes. What's the estimated success rate for deployment?" Simulations indicate an 87% probability of successful delivery and activation. The remaining 13% accounts for unforeseen variables, including human intervention or mechanical failure. Tony frowned. "Not perfect, but it'll have to do. Let's run a live test." Cue up the simulation environment. The lab transformed as holographic walls rose around him, creating a virtual replica of Reed's lab. Tony activated the spider bot, watching as it scurried across the floor, navigating the holographic obstacles with precision. The bot reached the simulated generator, attached the disruptor, and activated it with a soft click. A pulse of light spread through the room, signaling a successful EMP discharge. Tony smiled faintly. "Good. Now let's make it smarter. Add adaptive algorithms so it can reroute if it encounters unexpected resistance. I want it thinking on its feet or legs in this case." "Acknowledged," Hermes replied, beginning the reprogramming process. Tony sank into a nearby chair, rubbing his temples. The headaches had worsened over the past month, and the painkillers barely took the edge off anymore. He knew the tumor was growing, pressing against his brain, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Not now. "Progress on Richards?" he asked. Hermes displayed a report on the nearest holographic screen. "Reed Richards' lab has increased its activity. Energy signatures indicate he is nearing a breakthrough in his experiments. Estimated timeline for success, 2 weeks." Tony's jaw tightened. "Then we move tomorrow night." "I'm not giving him 2 weeks. The next night." Tony crouched on a rooftop overlooking Reed's lab, the spider bot in his hand and the EMP disruptor secured in its payload. The cold night air bit at his skin, but he barely noticed. His focus was on the task ahead. Through a pair of high-tech binoculars, he observed the lab's security systems. Reed had spared no expense. Cameras covered every angle, motion detectors swept the grounds, and drones patrolled the perimeter. It was impressive but not impregnable. "Hermes, activate drone hacking protocol," Tony whispered. "Bastard got advanced drones?" "Ha, but the security program is a joke." The tablet strapped to his arm displayed a live feed as Hermes took control of the patrolling drones. One by one, they froze midair, their systems overridden. Tony smiled. Step 1, complete. Step 2, infiltration. He set the spider bot on the roof's edge. "All right, little guy, show me what you've got." The bot came to life, its 8 legs moving with mechanical precision as it descended the side of the building. Through its onboard camera, Tony watched as it approached a vent near the lab's main power conduit. The bot slipped inside, navigating the ducts with ease. Inside the lab, the bot moved swiftly, avoiding detection as it approached the generator in the subbasement. Tony's heart pounded as the bot reached its destination. The quantum generator was an imposing machine, humming with barely contained energy. "Deploy the disruptor," Tony commanded. The bot extended an arm, attaching the EMP device to the generator. A countdown appeared on Tony's screen, 30 seconds to activation. Suddenly, alarms blared. The lab's security systems detected the bot's presence. Tony cursed under his breath. "Hermes, what triggered it?" "Unknown. Security override detected. Likely manual intervention." On the screen, Tony saw Reed Richards entering the room. He looked younger than Tony had expected, his face lit with curiosity rather than fear. Reed approached the generator, his eyes narrowing as he spotted the spider bot. "What the hell is this?" Reed muttered, reaching for the bot. "Activate EMP now," Tony barked. The bot emitted a high-pitched whine as the EMP device activated. A burst of energy rippled through the room, cutting power to the generator and plunging the lab into darkness. Reed stumbled back, shielding his eyes from the sudden flash. Tony didn't wait to see the aftermath. Hermes, quick. Take control and crawl up to Reed's head and self-destruct. He watched as the spider-bot surged forward in the darkness, its 8 legs glinting in the faint emergency lights that flickered on. Hermes' adaptive algorithms took over, guiding the bot with precision. Reed Richards, still disoriented by the EMP blast, barely had time to react. The bot leaped onto Reed's shoulder, its legs gripping tightly as it crawled toward his head. Panic flashed in Reed's eyes as he swatted at the mechanical invader, but his movements were sluggish, his body still reeling from the electromagnetic shockwave, and the metal legs of the bot pierced through his skin, sitting on his head. The bot's metallic legs clamped down with brutal efficiency, anchoring itself atop Reed's head. Sparks danced from its compact frame, a harbinger of the destructive power it held within. Reed flailed, his arms clawing at the invasive machine as panic took hold. "Get off me!" Reed gasped, his voice cracking with desperation. But it was too late. "Hermes," Tony whispered coldly, his voice steady despite the pounding in his head. "Do it. Make it clean." Command acknowledged. The AI responded, its tone devoid of emotion. The countdown was instant, the mechanism precise. A high-pitched whine crescendoed as the bot discharged its payload. A focused burst of energy that overloaded Reed's neural pathways, silencing his thoughts and body in one swift, catastrophic pulse. Reed crumpled to the ground, his body lifeless before it hit the polished floor. The spider-bot sparked and twitched, its own systems fried by the controlled detonation. Smoke curled from its frame, the only evidence of the lethal encounter. Tony exhaled sharply, his hands gripping the edge of the rooftop as he stared at the live feed on his tablet. For a moment, the room on the screen was still. Only the faint hum of backup power systems and the quiet crackle of short circuits broke the silence. "Hermes, status report," Tony demanded, his voice low and rough. "Primary target neutralized. No external breaches detected. Lab systems remain non-functional. Local authorities have not been alerted." Tony nodded, his expression unreadable. He leaned back against the rooftop wall, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. "Copy the data from the main server. Erase the footage," he ordered. "Scrub everything.
No trace.
Then blow up the place." "Affirmative." As Hermes worked, Tony closed his eyes, the throbbing pain in his skull momentarily eclipsed by the enormity of what he had done. Reed Richards was gone, his brilliant mind extinguished. The potential threat he posed, one that could have unraveled dimensions, had been averted. Yet, the air around Tony felt heavier, the victory hollow. Was it the right choice? Tony Stark stood at the edge of the MIT campus, his 2 diplomas folded in a smooth leather case tucked under his arm. The sun had begun to set, stretching long shadows across the stone paths where he had strolled many times before. At 17, he was even younger than all of his fellow students, but his achievements far surpassed theirs. He had graduated with degrees in physics and engineering, already had patents that brought him a steady income, and was recognized as both supremely intelligent and a little crazy. And then, there was the other legacy, the one he never spoke about. Tony tightened his bag strap and walked to Rhodey, who stood a few feet away. He pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it over to Rhodey. "What's this?" Rhodey asked, furrowing his brow as he took it. He opened it and pulled out the paper, revealing a check for $50,000. His eyes went wide as he looked at Tony. He was shocked and couldn't believe that someone would just casually give him a check for that amount. It was too big of a sum. "What the hell, man? Relax, it's legit," Tony said, smirking. "Prize money from the robotics competition. You know, the one where I basically humiliated every other team on the planet. I never used it. Figured it's time it went somewhere worthwhile." Rhodey shook his head, pushing the check back toward Tony. "No way. I can't take this. That's your money, Tony. You earned it." Tony crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. "Rhodey, you're going to take it. And you're going to fulfill that dream of yours, military academy, right?" Then use the rest to help your parents. I know things have been rough since your dad's accident. This will help. Rhodey's jaw tightened. That's not the point. My family doesn't need charity, and neither do I. Tony's smirk faded, replaced by a rare moment of sincerity. It's not charity. It's a little bribe for me, so that when you reach your goal, you can help me out whenever I do something stupid. Rhodey gave him that look. Tony sighed. Look, I don't do this kind of thing ever, but you're the best damn person I know. You've stood by me when I didn't deserve it. You've got this whole honor and duty thing I'll never understand, but the world needs people like you. So, take the damn check before I hack into your bank account and deposit it myself. Rhodey stared at him, conflicted, before finally sighing and putting the check into his pocket. You're impossible, you know that? Yeah, I've heard that once or twice, Tony said with a grin. But seriously, Rhodes, don't waste this. Go do your thing. Be the hero everyone already knows you are. Rhodey chuckled softly, shaking his head. All right, Tony, I'll take it. But you'd better promise me one thing. What's that? Take care of yourself. And maybe, just maybe, try not to burn the world down in the process. Tony gave him a mock salute. Scout's honor. The two friends exchanged a firm handshake that quickly turned into a bro hug. As they pulled apart, Tony felt a pang of something unfamiliar. Gratitude? Regret? He wasn't sure, but it was quickly buried under his usual bravado. I'm heading out tonight, Tony said as checked his wristwatch. It was time to pack up all his properties from the makeshift lab of his. The truck should already be there. Rhodey nodded, his expression serious. Good luck, man, and if you ever need anything, you know where to find me. Tony gave him a parting wave before striding toward the waiting car. Stark Mansion. The tall iron gates opened with a little, mechanical sound, revealing the long driveway flanked by tall cypress trees. The driver drove the car onto the gravel and parked near the entrance to the mansion. Tony stepped out. It had been 3 years since he had left home, living in campus housing while attending MIT. But everything looks the same down to the last detail. Jarvis, the family butler, was waiting for him at the door. He was in his usual crisp black suit. Master Anthony, he said with a warm smile. Welcome home. Jarvis. Tony greeted, grinning at the familiar face. How have you been? Oh, I can't complain, sir. And you look like a grown man now. I suppose that's what happens when you're not around your old guardians. Tony chuckled. What about Dad? Is he home? Your father is currently occupied at Stark Industries, Jarvis said as they walked inside. There was an urgent board meeting that required his attention. Tony smirked faintly. Of course there was. Before Jarvis could respond, a sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. Tony turned, just in time to see his mother rushing toward him. Maria Stark's face lit up with unrestrained joy as she opened her arms wide. Tony! She exclaimed, pulling him into a tight embrace. Oh, my darling boy! Tony stiffened at first. Physical affection wasn't exactly his forte, but eventually, he relaxed and hugged her back. Hey, Mom! Maria pulled back just enough to study his face, her hands gently cupping his cheeks. Look at you. You're all grown up. I swear you left a boy and now you're a man. He shrugged with a wry smile. What can I say? Time flies when you're drowning in late nights and coffee. Her expression softened, though concern lingered in her eyes. You look tired, Tony. Have you been taking care of yourself? Define taking care, he replied lightly, sidestepping the question. I'm here, aren't I? Maria sighed but didn't press the issue. Instead, she took his arm and led him toward the living room. Come sit down. I want to hear everything. What you've been up to, how your classes went, everything. Jarvis took his bags back to his room. 2 degrees. Haha, you really outdid yourself, Tony, Maria said proudly, sipping her tea as she listened to Tony talk about MIT. Your father is so proud. He wanted to pick you up from the campus himself, but he received an emergency call from the company. He asked me to apologize for not being here. I understand. He's busy and I don't mind. But enough about me. How are you doing? Tony asked, trying to change the topic. How's Dad been? Oh, I'm fine. Just a few charity events here and there, Maria said dismissively, as if they were nothing. And Howard is... Well, you know how he is. He isn't drinking again, is he? Tony asked with concern in his eyes. Maria sighed. No, thank goodness. It has been 2 years since his last slip. But he's still working far too much. I tell him he should take a break. But he never listens. I guess some things never change. She smiled at him, reaching over to place her hand on top of his. And you, mister, go to your room and sleep, she said, noticing the black circles under his eyes and his exhausted expression. But Mom, I'm not sleepy yet, Tony whined like a kid. I need to arrange my lab again. Maria raised an eyebrow and gave him a stern look. Do not argue with your mother. I'll wake you up at dinner. He held up his hands in surrender. All right. I'll go to bed. She patted his hand gently. That's my boy. Now off you go. You need your rest. Tony got up from the couch and leaned down to kiss Maria on the cheek. Good night, Mom. Good night, dear. With a smile and a nod to Jarvis, Tony headed upstairs to his room. Morning. The morning sun came through the gaps in the curtains, followed by the smell of freshly brewed coffee and warm croissants wafting through the air from the kitchen and gently waking him up. Tony groaned and rolled over, burying his face into the pillow. He didn't have a headache today but felt too lazy to move. It had been quite long since he slept this late. He looked at the table clock. Sigh! It was already 8 a.m. Sir, Jarvis's voice came from outside the door, followed by a light knock. Your mother requested I wake you for breakfast. She insisted, in fact. Tony grumbled but pushed himself up from bed. His room was mostly bare, save for the essential furniture and a few scattered pieces of clothing. Fine, he muttered as he sat up. Tell her I'm coming. As you wish, sir. Jarvis turned and left. Hung. He yawned and stretched before getting out of bed. He took his robe and dragged his feet toward the bathroom to wash up before heading downstairs. Downstairs, Maria sat at the grand dining table. The table was set with an array of breakfast foods: eggs, toast, bacon, and fresh fruit. Howard's seat, as expected, was empty, and the TV was on. Good morning, sweetheart, Maria greeted, her face lighting up as Tony shuffled into the room. Morning, Mom, Tony mumbled, grabbing a piece of toast and flopping into a chair. Did you sleep well? As well as I ever do, he replied, taking a bite. Maria gave him a concerned look but didn't push. Instead, she gestured to the television mounted on the wall. You should watch this. It's all over the news. Tony glanced at the screen as the anchorman's voice cut through the serene breakfast atmosphere. In a shocking turn of events, the United States narrowly avoided disaster late last night. Soviet missiles, believed to be part of a Cold War escalation, were launched in the direction of major U.S. cities. However, in an unprecedented twist, the missiles' trajectories were altered mid-flight. Tony continued eating. So Hank did it. Janet should be safe. Phew, another event altered. Now, hope it doesn't come to bite me in the ass. The screen showed a map of the missile paths. Red arcs represented their initial trajectories toward Washington, D.C., New York City, and Los Angeles. Midway, the paths abruptly veered, redirecting toward remote locations marked with black dots. These black dots, the reporter continued, represent known bases of terrorist organizations. According to military sources, these facilities were utterly destroyed in the strikes. Notably, one of the largest targets, thought to be a Hydra compound, was obliterated in what experts are calling a precision strike on a massive scale. Tony's brow furrowed as he tried to put on his act. Hydra? As in the Nazi offshoot? I thought they were long gone. Maria set her cup down, her expression grave. That's what they've always wanted us to believe. The reporter continued, while initial analysis suggested sabotage, experts are now speculating that the missile guidance systems were hacked. The level of sophistication required to alter such systems remotely has left military analysts stunned. But whoever did that saved millions of lives in just one night. It's truly a miracle. If you are watching, then thank you, hero. Tony felt like face-palming. Hero? Seriously? He shook his head as he took another bite of his toast. Maria turned to her son, her gaze softening. It's all over the news. Everyone is praising this mysterious person. And who knows? Maybe there really is a superhero out there. He forced a smile, swallowing his food before saying, "Maybe." The screen shifted to a press conference. A general stood behind a podium, flanked by somber officials. "We are conducting a full investigation," he said, his voice firm. "This level of cyber warfare is unprecedented, and we are exploring all possibilities." Tony leaned back in his chair. Hacking Soviet missiles? That's insane. Whoever did this must have had access to some serious tech. Maria's eyes remained on the screen, her hand gripping her teacup tightly. "What do you think, Tony? Could someone really do that?" He shrugged, trying to play it cool. "Theoretically, sure, but it would take a genius, or a lunatic, or both." Maria narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. "You know something?" Tony smirked. "I plead the fifth." After breakfast, Tony shifted his focus to the task at hand. Set up his new lab again. He spent the entire day tinkering and rearranging everything in the basement. It was almost noon when he finally finished. He stretched his arms, satisfied with the result. His new lab looks clean and ready for action. His next plan was to prevent his parents' death. Now that he knows the Ultimate and MCU realities are merged together, he had to improvise his plans. There was only 1 week left until Howard and Maria's assassination date. Could be either Hydra or the Mandarin Industries, and there might be a possibility that it might be both. Instead of getting hyper, he remained calm and collected, focusing on what he could do now. Tony wanted to make an armor, but 1 week was too short, and then there was the arc reactor. With whatever resources he had access to, it wouldn't be hard to create a suit, but there were too many eyes around him. Then there was the matter of testing. He couldn't exactly just get up and fly whenever he wanted. Right now, he sat down before his computer. Hermes. Hack into Mandarin Industries. Over the years, Tony upgraded his AI to be the best one. The AI code was so complex that no one could hack into it or trace it back, and there was no system that Hermes couldn't infiltrate. It can bypass any security system, not to mention the backdoor access to Pentagon and SHIELD servers. "Yes, sir." A holographic display of a blue orb appeared, floating above the table. The AI hacked into the database of Mandarin Industries and began to gather all the data available. Tony didn't want to just interfere with their operation. He wanted to know every single thing about them without raising any red flags. "All right, Mandarin," Tony muttered. "Let's see what you're hiding." The screen was filled with Mandarin International's encrypted servers. The Ten Rings organization had grown beyond its historical roots, adapting into a shadowy corporate empire. The AI bypassed multiple firewalls and finally gained control of the company's mainframe. "Sir," Hermes said, "I've accessed the mainframe. Mandarin International files. Project Iron Blade. A covert operation targeting key industrial leaders across the globe." Howard Stark's name was flagged under the primary threats category, listed alongside Stark Industries' most valuable patents. Assassination window, December 16, 1987. Confirmed operational. Operatives assigned. Classified. Tony clenched his jaw. "So, they're planning to take out Dad in a week." He opened another file labeled Sleeper Hydra Assets, which revealed a disturbing overlap. Mandarin International had been collaborating with remnants of Hydra to strengthen their global operations. The partnership seemed tentative but deadly. They covered each other's asses, increasing espionage capabilities. Hydra and Mandarin working together? That's new. Tony frowned. Guess everyone's teaming up these days. He realized that intervening would require finesse. Mandarin's assassins were notorious for their precision, and any overt action would alert them. Moreover, if Hydra's operatives were involved, they could retaliate with overwhelming force. Although his intervention before has weakened Hydra's power, they still have a large network. He leaned back, running a hand through his hair. He had 1 week to outmaneuver 2 of the deadliest organizations in the world. His parents' lives and perhaps the future of Stark Industries depended on it. Arg! The headache came back. Tony took out the bottle from his pocket and swallowed a pill, waiting for it to work. After a few minutes, he sighed in relief as his headache slowly faded away. He rubbed his forehead. Well, I guess I'll go all out. Tony knew he couldn't go out and fight or create armor without his father asking him dozens of questions. He wanted to ask Hank Pym for the favor he owed, but decided not to because if something goes wrong and Pym dies, the future will change drastically and he'll lose his chance to get his hands on the Pym particles formula that only Hank knows. So he was going to use the best thing he has, hacking. In a world where technology is evolving every day and big industries are using more technology, hacking into them would be like stealing from a kid's toy box. I am so gonna mess you both up that you wouldn't even know what the hell is going on after I am done with you all, Tony muttered darkly. But his stomach suddenly rumbled, and he was reminded that he hadn't eaten anything since morning. He looked at the watch. Ah, crap. It was already past 5, and he missed lunch. With a heavy sigh, he got up from the chair and went upstairs. Ah, Mom, you cooked my favorite. Tony smiled as he saw a steaming lasagna on the table. Maria smiled back. Come, sit down. Tony sat down and started eating his food, savoring the taste of homemade lasagna. How did you know I would come up right now? He asked his mother as he ate. I just know, Maria said as she looked at him with a knowing smile. How was the lab? Is it to your liking? It's perfect. I'll need to tweak some things here and there, but it's just what I needed, Tony replied. Maria nodded. That's good to hear. Are you working on anything in particular? Just some blueprints for a prototype robot I'm thinking of, Tony replied casually. Nothing too fancy. Maria hummed. I saw your 3 robots. They look nice. Oh, Dumb E and you? They're my assistants. Tony chuckled. They're a bit clumsy, but they help me out in the lab. And the humanoid one is Elena.
Elena.
He asked, looking at her with curiosity. Don't tell me. Ah, hell no. That's not it. Don't even think about it. It's not like that. Elena, aka Emotional Learning and Enhanced Neural Algorithm. Elena is an AI, and that humanoid robot is the body she is using. Oh, that's a relief, Maria said as she breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you made a robot girlfriend or something. Mom, what? She asked innocently. I'm just worried about you, dear. You've been all busy with only work and experiments. Do you even have a girlfriend? Did anyone catch your eye at MIT? Forget that. Do you even have friends? Tony rolled his eyes. I don't have time for romance. There's too much to do. And don't worry, I'm fine. I have plenty of friends at MIT. How many? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Sigh. He scratched the back of his head. Fine. One friend, Rhodey. You remember him, right? I told you about him last month. Yeah, I remember. And I meant other than him? I mean, come on, Tony. You can't always stay a loner. You need to go out and meet new people and make new friends. Don't be so cold and aloof. Mom, I'm fine. Besides, I have my whole life ahead. But right now, I am just going to focus on work and improving myself. I don't have time for girls or any distractions. And who knows, maybe I'll find the right one when I am old and gray. Tony smiled. Maria sighed and said, You are impossible, always ready with excuses. But fine, do what you want. Just know that I don't want you to become what your father was in the past. Too much work, stress, and alcohol, and you already know the yelling. So, take a breather when you can and try to enjoy life a little bit out of your own world. Tony nodded. He knew that Maria was worried about his future and the path he was going to take. Not to worry, Mom. I'll keep it in mind, he said with a smile. Night. Later that night, Tony returned to his lab, recharged and ready to execute his plan. His parents were safe upstairs, unaware of the storm he was about to unleash. He sat before his computer, the holographic displays illuminating the dimly lit basement. Hermes, time to go full throttle. We're hitting Hydra and Mandarin where it hurts the most. Understood, sir, Hermes replied, its voice calm yet purposeful. Tony cracked his knuckles and leaned forward. First target, Hydra. Let's expose their dirty laundry. Hermes swiftly infiltrated Hydra's encrypted servers. Over the years, Tony had developed unique algorithms capable of penetrating even the most sophisticated firewalls. Hydra's extensive network began unraveling before his eyes. Secret bases, covert operations, and high-ranking operatives' identities were now at his disposal. Focus on their new bases and upcoming plans. Make it look like Mandarin leaked the information to governments worldwide, Tony instructed. One by one, Hydra's clandestine facilities were exposed to intelligence agencies across the globe. Locations of hidden bases in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and South America were sent anonymously to MI6, the CIA, and every other available government network. To add fuel to the fire, Hermes fabricated evidence suggesting that Mandarin International had betrayed Hydra, feeding these agencies the information. Let them tear each other apart, Tony muttered, smirking. Next, he turned his attention to Mandarin International. Hermes hacked into their financial systems, uncovering widespread tax evasion, offshore accounts, and funds funneled into illegal activities. Tony redirected damning evidence to international regulatory bodies, including the IRS and Interpol. Let's make their tax problems everyone's business, Tony smirked. The media was next. Hermes anonymously leaked a cache of financial documents to trusted journalists, painting a vivid picture of Mandarin's corruption. The headlines were already writing themselves. Mandarin International, corporate empire, or criminal syndicate? Now, for a little extra chaos, Tony said, his eyes gleaming. Hire the best foreign assassins. Make it look like Mandarin's internal factions are eating each other alive. Using anonymous accounts, he contacted mercenaries from Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia. They work for money, so Tony rerouted Mandarin's money to them. Within hours, coordinated strikes took out key Mandarin operatives, sowing paranoia and mistrust within their ranks. By dawn, the world was in chaos. News channels buzzed with reports of exposed Hydra bases, Mandarin's financial scandals, and escalating violence within the Ten Rings organization. In Eastern Europe, Hydra agents were raiding suspected Mandarin facilities, convinced of their betrayal. Mandarin's forces retaliated, believing Hydra had orchestrated the leaks and assassinations. The two shadowy organizations were now locked in a covert war, their resources stretched thin. Tony watched the chaos unfold on multiple screens, sipping a cup of coffee. His smirk was one of satisfaction. Hermes, monitor the fallout. I want to make sure this keeps them too busy to even think about targeting Dad. Of course, sir. Preliminary reports indicate the destabilization has exceeded projected outcomes. Hydra and Mandarin are now prioritizing each other as threats. Tony leaned back, rubbing his temples. Good, but keep digging. If either of them tries to regroup, I want to be 10 steps ahead. Oh, put a big bounty on Mandarin while you're at it. Make sure it comes from the east. Yes, sir, Hermes replied. Tony sighed, glancing at the time. It's 6 a.m. I need a nap. He stood up, stretching his arms. Then he walked over to the couch and collapsed onto it, letting sleep claim him. The atmosphere in the modern, tall office of Mandarin International's main building was filled with tension. Zhang Wei, who called himself the Mandarin, stood near the large window that showed a view of Shanghai's vast city. He wasn't looking at the scenery. His sharp eyes stared at the glass, his face showing a frown and a tight jaw. Behind him, his close assistants stood in a half-circle, moving uneasily and avoiding looking at their leader. The stress in the room was easy to feel. How? The Mandarin's voice, calm but cold as ice, cut through the oppressive silence. How did this happen? One of the lieutenants, Lin, a wiry man with hawkish eyes, stepped forward hesitantly. Sir, the leaks started approximately 6 hours ago. First, our offshore accounts, Interpol and the IRS have flagged over 70% of our assets. Frozen. Seized. The financial division is in shambles. Zhang turned sharply, his piercing gaze locking onto Lin. 70%? You're telling me we've lost billions overnight? Lin nodded reluctantly. Yes, sir. And the hits keep coming. Journalists worldwide are publishing damning exposés, and our shell corporations are being dismantled as we speak. We're hemorrhaging money. The Mandarin's eyes narrowed. This isn't just a random attack. Someone coordinated this. Someone with resources. Another lieutenant, Mei Ling, chimed in, her voice trembling slightly. Sir, it's worse than that. Our assassination network is compromised. Nearly half of our top operatives are either dead or have gone dark in the past 12 hours. Eastern European and Southeast Asian mercenaries took out our teams in Kiev, Jakarta, and Dubai. Zhang's fists clenched tightly. The 10 Rings had been his life's work, a sprawling network of elite assassins and shadow operatives that took years to cultivate. Each loss was a blow to his empire, and he didn't believe in coincidences. Someone was targeting him. And Hydra? Zhang asked, his voice low and dangerous. Mei Ling exchanged a glance with Lin before responding. Hydra's bases have been exposed to global intelligence agencies. They believe we're responsible. Retaliation has already begun. They attacked 2 of our key facilities in Istanbul and Casablanca. Casualties are in the hundreds. Zhang let out a sharp breath, his mind racing. This was no small act of sabotage. This was war, and it had been unleashed with surgical precision. His lips curled into a snarl. Hydra is a dog that bites when cornered. But I do not believe they are behind this. They are too blunt, too predictable. He paced back to his desk, his mind analyzing every angle. Who could have done this? The leaks, the assassinations, the attacks. It was a symphony of chaos, orchestrated by someone who knew both his organization and Hydra well enough to pit them against each other. Who benefits from this? He murmured, more to himself than his subordinates. Lin stepped forward again. Sir, we're investigating possible suspects. Rival organizations, perhaps a state-sponsored effort. Fool! Zhang snapped, his voice cracking like a whip. This isn't a rival syndicate or some government agency. This is personal. Whoever did this wants us to suffer. The room fell silent, his words hanging in the air like a heavy fog. Zhang's mind raced. If this was personal, there weren't many with the capability or the audacity to attack him on this scale. Bring me the full list of leaks and known operatives compromised, Zhang ordered, and increase security at all remaining facilities. Triple it. I want every loose end tied up, every informant interrogated. Mei Ling hesitated before speaking. Sir, there's one more issue. Zhang turned to her, his glare enough to make her flinch. What now? Someone has placed a bounty on you, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. A massive one. It's being circulated through Eastern criminal networks. The message was traced back to an anonymous source, but it appears to be coming from within our own accounts. Zhang froze, his expression unreadable. For a moment, the room was silent, save for the distant hum of the city below. A bounty, he repeated, his voice calm but laced with venom. Using my own money? Mei Ling nodded, her eyes downcast. Yes, sir. Zhang inhaled deeply, the muscles in his neck tightening as he fought to contain his fury. This is not an attack. This is humiliation. He turned to Lin. Find the source of the bounty. Find out who accessed our accounts and leaked the funds. And when you find them, bring me their head. Yes, sir, Lin replied quickly, bowing slightly before retreating. The Mandarin looked back out the window, his thoughts filled with anger and plans. This was a clear attack on his empire, a well-thought-out effort to destroy everything he had created. But even more, it was a personal insult. Whoever was behind this wanted him to suffer, to lose face, to watch his empire crumble. But Zhang Wei was not a man who accepted defeat. He had built the 10 rings from nothing, clawing his way to the top through sheer force of will and ruthless efficiency. He would not let some faceless enemy destroy him. "Mei Ling," he said, his voice low but commanding. "Yes, sir. Contact our remaining assets. I want every available operative hunting down leads. Every hacker, every informant, every mercenary. I don't care what it costs. Find the one responsible for this. And when you do, bring them to me."
Mei Ling nodded.
"It will be done." As the room emptied, Zhang stood alone, staring out at the city. He could feel his empire crumbling beneath him, but he refused to let it fall. Whoever had done this would learn the true meaning of vengeance. And if Hydra wanted a war, he would give them one they would never forget. Zhang Wei was not a man to waste time mourning losses. By the time dawn broke over Shanghai, he had issued directives to his remaining lieutenants. His operations might be bleeding, but he still commanded an army of assassins, deadly, loyal, and eager to prove their worth. While Hydra and Mandarin International tore at each other's throats, Zhang focused on neutralizing the immediate threat, the shadowy figure orchestrating this chaos. Within hours, his orders began to take shape. Key targets were identified based on tenuous leads, and his assassins moved with brutal efficiency. The 10 rings did not retreat. They struck back, clawing at any sign of weakness in their enemies. New York City, the assassin's codename was Viper. She had been with the 10 rings for over a decade, her reputation as an elusive killer rivaled only by her precision. Zhang assigned her to a high-priority target, Alexander Pierce, a suspected Hydra liaison based in New York. If Hydra thought the Mandarin was their enemy, Zhang would exploit their paranoia by striking at their heart. Viper perched atop a derelict building in Manhattan, her silenced rifle aimed at the penthouse across the street. Pierce's movements had been tracked for weeks, but tonight he had deviated from routine. A late-night meeting, unusual guests. It was the perfect setup for a clean kill. She exhaled slowly, her crosshairs locking onto Pierce's figure behind the glass window. Her finger tightened on the trigger. "Target acquired," she murmured into her comms. But just as she squeezed the trigger, an explosion rocked the building below her. A chain reaction of blasts followed, throwing her off balance. The sniper rifle clattered to the rooftop as she scrambled for cover. "What the?" Viper hissed, her earpiece crackling. "Viper extraction compromised," a voice shouted over the line. "Hydra operatives. They're here. It's a setup." Before Viper could respond, gunfire erupted from the adjacent rooftop. Hydra snipers, alerted to her presence, had positioned themselves for a counterattack. Viper cursed, rolling behind a ventilation unit as bullets peppered her previous position. "Fall back," her handler ordered. "We'll regroup at the safe house." "Negative," Viper growled, her pride overriding her caution. She retrieved her rifle, quickly reconfiguring her aim. If she couldn't escape, she would ensure her target didn't either. But Pierce was already gone. Dubai. On the other side of the world, another killer was following Zhang's commands. Codenamed Shadow, this agent was skilled in fighting up close and sneaking into places without being noticed. His goal was to take out a top Hydra agent in Dubai, who was believed to be planning the attacks on Mandarin International. Disguised as a maintenance worker, Shadow had quietly entered the fancy apartment building without anyone noticing. His target's apartment was on the 15th floor, and he moved as quietly as a ghost, hiding a blade in his sleeve. When he reached the door, he used a small gadget to turn off the electronic lock. The lock made a quiet beep, and the door opened. Shadow stepped inside, staying very alert and ready for anything. The room was dim, but he could hear soft whispers coming from the next room. Holding his knife, he moved quietly, his steps careful and precise. As he turned the corner, he spotted his target. A man sitting at a desk, facing away, talking on the phone. Shadow leaped forward, his knife aimed straight for the man's neck. But the target twisted in his chair at the last moment, revealing a smirk. "Too slow," the Hydra operative said, pulling a concealed gun and firing. Shadow dodged, the bullet grazing his shoulder as he rolled to the side. The Hydra agent barked an order, and armed guards burst into the room. Shadow fought valiantly, his blade flashing as he disarmed one attacker and took down another. But the numbers were overwhelming. A baton struck his temple, and his vision blurred as he collapsed to the floor. As the guards restrained him, the Hydra operative crouched down, his smirk returning. Tell Zhang Wei, he picked the wrong fight. Shanghai. Back in Shanghai, Zhang Wei sat in his secure command center, monitoring the aftermath of his assassin's failed missions. Reports streamed in from across the globe. Counterattacks, ambushes, and mounting losses. It was clear Hydra had anticipated his moves, turning his assassins into prey. Sir, Lin reported, his voice tense. We've lost contact with Viper in New York and Shadow in Dubai. Reports indicate Hydra was prepared for their arrival. Zhang's expression darkened. And the bounty? Any progress? Lin hesitated. We've identified several potential leads, but nothing conclusive. Whoever orchestrated this has covered their tracks well. It's impressive. Zhang's gaze snapped to Lin, his voice a low growl. Do not praise the enemy. Lin swallowed nervously and nodded. Yes, sir. Zhang's mind raced. This enemy, whoever they were, had turned the 10 rings against themselves, exploiting Hydra as a weapon of chaos. It was a move he might have admired under different circumstances. But admiration didn't matter now. What mattered was survival. He turned to Mei Ling. Contact our allies in Eastern Europe. Offer double their standard rate for immediate assistance. I want Hydra's operations crippled. If we can't kill their operatives, we'll burn their resources to the ground. Mei Ling nodded and left to relay the orders. As night fell over Shanghai, Zhang Wei stood once more by his office window, his reflection stark against the darkened skyline. His empire was bleeding, and his assassins hunted, but he was not defeated. Although from others' perspective it looked like he lost enough money to cripple him, they don't even know how wrong they actually are. Whoever had orchestrated this chaos had underestimated him. Zhang was a survivor, and the 10 rings were not so easily destroyed. If his enemies wanted a war, he would give them one. A war fought in the shadows where the Mandarin thrived. Let them come, Zhang muttered to himself with a sinister expression. The veins on his face looked as if they would pop out at any moment. Let them think they've won. I'll show them the price of underestimating the 10 rings. Shanghai, midnight. Zhang Wei's command center was buzzing with activities. His top officers and skilled team members worked smoothly, getting ready for the counterattack. Zhang's face was serious, his eyes focused. He stood at the front of the operations table, giving out his commands. Enough! His voice cut through the noise. The room went quiet, everyone looking at him. Hydra thinks they've outsmarted us. They think our problems mean we're weak. They think we can't fight back without falling apart. Let's show them how wrong they are. He motioned to Mei Ling, who stepped forward holding a tablet. The Hydra outposts, Zhang went on. Their main agents, bases, and supply routes. Are these locations confirmed?
Mei Ling nodded.
40 confirmed outposts worldwide, each critical to Hydra's logistics and chain of command. We've pinpointed vulnerabilities at each location. Zhang's lips curled into a cold smile. Then here is my decree. Every outpost, every agent, every piece of Hydra infrastructure. Destroy it. Leave no trace, no survivors. But, his gaze swept the room. We strike with precision. No collateral damage. Let the world see only the aftermath of our wrath, not the hand that delivered it. He turned to Lin. Assemble the shadow operatives. This mission is theirs. Ensure they understand the importance of silence and speed. Hydra will not have the luxury of understanding what hit them until it's too late. Lin bowed deeply. It will be done, sir. London, Hydra Communications Hub. The first attack happened at 2 a.m. local time. 3 shadow operatives sneaked into a Hydra Communications Center, hidden under an old, abandoned warehouse in East London. They moved silently, like ghosts, and no one saw them until the guards began falling, either with their throats slit or necks snapped. The leader of the operatives planted a timed bomb on the main server. Before the guards could react, the team vanished into the night. The explosion disrupted Hydra's communications across Western Europe, creating confusion in their network.
Rio de Janeiro, Logistics Depot.
At 3:15 a.m. local time, a Hydra logistics depot in Rio de Janeiro was hit. The operative, codenamed Ghost, slipped through their perimeter defenses with ease. She sabotaged their fuel reserves and planted charges along the ammunition stores. As the first light of dawn broke over the city, the depot erupted into flames. Hydra's operations in South America ground to a halt as their resources burned to ash. Cairo, covert training facility. By 4 a.m. local time, a Hydra training camp in the desert near Cairo was completely destroyed. The shadow operatives used their deep understanding of the area to sneak in without being noticed. They quickly and efficiently took out both the instructors and the trainees in well-planned strikes. New York, Hydra Safe House. The strike in New York was personal. The safe house that had sheltered Alexander Pierce's operatives was breached at midnight. The shadow operative codenamed Raven led the assault, leaving Hydra agents dead in their beds before they could draw a weapon. By the time the sun rose over the city, Hydra's presence had vanished, their influence cut off at the root. Tokyo Research Facility. The final strike came at 6 a.m. Tokyo time. A Hydra research facility developing advanced surveillance tech was targeted. The Mandarin's agents planted viruses in their systems, corrupting years of data, and left the building engulfed in flames. Shanghai. By the next evening, reports flooded into Zhang Wei's command center. Hydra's global infrastructure was in ruins. 40 outposts were annihilated, hundreds of agents died, and the remnants of their organization were thrown into chaos. Lin approached Zhang, bowing deeply. "Sir, the mission is complete. Every target was neutralized with no trace of our involvement. Hydra's retaliation capability has been crippled." Zhang nodded, satisfaction flickering across his otherwise stoic face. "Good. They will be too busy licking their wounds to pose a threat for some time. But this is not the end." He turned to Mei Ling. "The bounty? Any leads?"
Mei Ling hesitated.
"Not yet, sir. Whoever placed it remains in the shadows, though Hydra is convinced we were behind their exposure. Their remaining forces are now focused on retaliation against us." Zhang smirked. "Let them come. They will find nothing but death waiting for them." He strode to the window, gazing out at the illuminated city. "We will rebuild, stronger, sharper, more vigilant. And as for the one who dared humiliate me," his fists clenched, "they will learn the price of betrayal. The 10 rings do not forgive, and I do not forget." Shanghai, 2 days later, Zhang Wei's private office. The Mandarin sat behind an ebony desk, his piercing gaze fixed on the digital reports scrolling across the holographic display. Hydra had been dealt a devastating blow, but the larger threat remained. The frozen assets, the international investigations, and the relentless scrutiny of global law enforcement. The Mandarin's empire was bleeding, not from an external force but from the systemic pressure of governments and agencies he once evaded with ease. Now it was time to use another weapon, influence. "Mei Ling," Zhang said, his voice sharp as a blade. Mei Ling, ever efficient, stepped forward with a tablet in hand. "Sir, contact our liaisons in the governments of China, Russia, and the United States. Use the discretionary accounts." Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. "All of them, sir?" "Yes, all of them. Make it clear that Mandarin International's cooperation is invaluable to their political and economic stability. If they refuse to drop the investigations, we will ensure they regret it." Mei Ling hesitated, her tone cautious. "And if they cannot be bribed?" Zhang's lips curled into a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. "Then we remind them what happens when they make an enemy of the 10 rings. Leaks about their own corruption, destabilization of their regional assets, and sabotage of key industries. Politicians and generals have skeletons, Mei-Ling. I will bury them under their own scandals if they do not comply. She nodded and moved to execute his orders. Washington, D.C. midnight. A high-ranking official sat alone in his study, staring at his encrypted laptop. An innocuous email had arrived hours earlier, marked with a simple subject line, "A proposal." Inside, the message was anything but simple. It contained financial projections for a generous donation to his re-election campaign, backed by Mandarin International's offshore holdings. The attachment also included a dossier, a detailed list of his personal indiscretions and financial misconduct, with timestamps, photos, and evidence to match. The Mandarin's message was clear: take the bribe or be destroyed. The official ran a trembling hand through his hair and reached for the secure phone on his desk. "Tell the task force to stand down," he muttered. "We've hit a dead end on the Mandarin case." Moscow, morning. The Mandarin's emissary, a smooth-talking operative named Victor, met with a senior Russian intelligence officer over a private breakfast. Over steaming tea and black bread, Victor presented a thin folder. "Mr. Zhang Wei understands your position," Victor said in flawless Russian. "He respects the sovereignty of your nation and wishes to be a friend to Russia. However, the charges against Mandarin International are damaging both our reputations." The officer opened the folder. Inside was a detailed map of an American missile site in Eastern Europe, information the Russians had been chasing for years. Victor leaned forward. "All Mr. Zhang asks is for your government to de-escalate the investigation. In return, he will ensure the 10 Rings operations avoid your territories entirely. Consider this a gesture of goodwill." The officer studied the map for a long moment before nodding. "I will see what can be done." Beijing, evening. Back in his homeland, Zhang Wei leveraged his deep connections. He summoned a retired Politburo member to his office, offering tea and a polite conversation. "You and I have always had a productive relationship," Zhang began, his tone smooth yet firm. "Mandarin International has brought wealth and influence to our nation. These foreign investigations jeopardize everything we have built together." The elder official sipped his tea, his face unreadable. "What do you propose, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang leaned forward. "Ensure that the government delays cooperation with Interpol and the IRS. Slow their progress. Distract them with other matters. In return, Mandarin International will double its investments in your infrastructure projects. I'll also personally guarantee that your family's business interests flourish." The official's eyes narrowed. "And if I refuse?" Zhang's smile turned razor-sharp. "Then I'll ensure every deal you've made in the last 10 years becomes public knowledge. Your legacy, your family, your standing. It will all burn." The official's shoulders stiffened, but after a moment, he nodded. "I'll see what I can do." Shanghai, Command Center. Reports streamed in over the next 48 hours. Charges were quietly dropped or delayed in several jurisdictions. Investigations lost momentum as officials who once pursued the Mandarin suddenly found their priorities shifted. In some cases, Zhang's bribes worked. In others, his threats hit their mark. Lin approached Zhang, his expression a mix of relief and admiration. "Sir, the majority of the international pressure is easing. Interpol has deprioritized our case, and the IRS is mired in bureaucratic red tape. Hydra's influence over certain agencies has also been diminished." Zhang nodded, his face calm. "Good, but this is only the beginning. We will rebuild stronger, more elusive. Let this be a reminder to our enemies. The Mandarin does not fall." He turned to Mei-Ling. "Ensure that the contacts we pulled owe us their loyalty. Their silence has a price, and I expect them to pay it when the time comes." "Yes, sir," Mei-Ling replied, bowing. As the room emptied, Zhang stood alone by the window once more, the city lights glinting in his dark eyes. The empire he had built was battered but unbroken. He had survived yet another storm, proving that even in the face of global opposition, the Mandarin's reach remained unmatched. "Let them believe they've won," Zhang murmured to himself. Let them rest easy for now. When I strike again, they won't even see it coming. 1 week later, Zhang Wei sat at his desk, staring at the screen in disbelief. His secure account, an impenetrable fortress of wealth, was now empty. A total of $10.7 billion, siphoned away in the dead of night, leaving nothing but a mocking message on the account's dashboard. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. His jaw tightened, the veins in his temple pulsing. It was a humiliation. He slammed his fist on the desk, the impact reverberating through the room. Mei Ling, he yelled. Mei Ling rushed into the office, her face pale. Yes, sir? Zhang's voice trembled a bit. The account, the one no one was supposed to know about, has been emptied. How is that possible? Mei Ling hesitated, choosing her words carefully. We're still investigating, sir. The hack was flawless. There's no trail, no fingerprints. Whoever did this had resources and expertise beyond anything we've seen before. He shot her a glare that could cut glass. And yet, you still can't tell me who did it? She bowed her head. No, sir. Not yet. Before Zhang could respond, Lin burst into the room, holding a tablet. Sir, there's more. The deals are bribes, threats, everything. It's all public now. He handed the tablet to Zhang, whose eyes scanned the headlines. Mandarin International exposed. Secret deals, bribes, and threats rock global politics. Corruption unveiled. Shanghai's mastermind under fire. Is this the end of Zhang Wei? Each article was more damning than the last, detailing every bribe, every coerced official, every shadowy deal. Photographs, recordings, and documents were plastered across every major news outlet. Governments were scrambling to distance themselves, and Mandarin International's name had become synonymous with scandal. Zhang's knuckles turned white as he gripped the tablet. Arg! He threw the tablet across the room, where it shattered against the wall. His face was flushed, his eyes wild with fury. Mei Ling and Lin exchanged terrified looks. In all the years they had worked for the Mandarin, they had never seen him this angry. The Mandarin's paranoia was at an all-time high. He doubled his security detail and tripled it in some areas, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. And he was right. It began as he left his Shanghai headquarters late at night, accompanied by 4 armed guards. The elevator descended smoothly, the hum of its mechanics filling the silence. But as the doors opened to the underground parking garage, chaos erupted. A hail of bullets tore through the air, taking out 2 of his guards instantly. Zhang dove behind a concrete pillar, his instincts as sharp as ever. His remaining guards returned fire, but the assailants were skilled, coordinated, and relentless. Sir, stay down, Lin shouted through his earpiece. Zhang peeked around the pillar, catching a glimpse of the attackers. They were clad in black tactical gear, their faces obscured by masks. These weren't amateurs, they were professionals, and their target was clear. He gritted his teeth, adrenaline surging through his veins. Mei Ling, what's happening? Her voice crackled through the comms. Sir, we're under attack at multiple locations. This isn't just here, it's coordinated. We've identified some of the attackers as the assassins we hired. Zhang's eyes narrowed. His own mercenaries turned against him. The parking garage echoed with the sounds of gunfire and shouting. One by one, his guards fell, leaving him alone. Come on out, Mandy. One of the assassins called out mockingly. We don't have all day. Zhang, the leader of the 10 Rings, didn't become the leader and built an empire that big just like that. It's been years since he was forced to fight on the front lines, but when it came to life-or-death situations, he was a one-man army. Be it 20 or 100 armed men, no one could touch him. The old feeling of rush and the smell of blood awakened the beast within him. He was the Mandarin, the leader of the 10 Rings, and this was his domain. The 10 rings on his fingers glinted in the darkness as he stepped out from his hiding spot, his face as calm as still water. So, you've come to kill me? Oh, so you're finally out. The assassin in front, who seemed to be the leader, grinned. To answer your question, yes, we've come to kill you. How much are they paying you? And who wants my head? He asked with a mocking smile. What makes you think someone hired us? The leader retorted. You're a criminal and a tyrant, Zhang Wei, and the world will be better off without you. The Mandarin chuckled. Oh, please, stop the hypocrisy. All of us here are killers. So, since I've no way of defending myself, you are going to kill me. I think I at least deserve to know the name of the person who put the bounty on my head. A voice came from the comms the assassin leader was wearing. Victor Von Doom. You're right, the leader replied. We're all killers. Well, since this is your final moment, I'll indulge you with the name of your executioner.
Victor Von Doom.
$1 billion for your head. So, nothing personal. It's just money. The voice spoke again through the comms. $2 billion transferred to your account. White money, tax paying. Enjoy. The Mandarin smirked. He knew exactly who that was. Ha 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 ha. He laughed, his voice echoing throughout the parking lot. Is that so? Good. You've done me a favor, my friend. The assassin looked at Zhang in confusion. What do you mean by that? Everything before Zhang stood still as if stopped in time as he expanded the 10 rings on his hand. They glowed brightly as the air around him started crackling with electricity. A blast of lightning tore the 20-man assault team into shreds, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Zhang Wei grinned as he looked at the pile of ashes that used to be his enemies. He then turned towards the security cameras, looking at them dead in the eye. I'm coming for you next, Victor. Stark Mansion. Tony sat in his lab with a satisfied smile. He had almost forgotten about Victor Von Doom. Luckily, Victor's name came when he was going through the old records that he copied from Reed's lab before his death. There was a mention of a collab between the two. Fight and kill each other, he smirked. Maybe I should pin Reed's death on his head too. Oh, this will be fun. The fire crackled in the fireplace as Howard Stark relaxed in his leather chair, staring at his son. The room went through some changes in the past few years. Now, there was a big polished mahogany desk with a Lego city structure built on it. The bookshelves looked new, not to mention the big globe near the window with pins on certain locations. Tony sat across from him, legs crossed, with the relaxed confidence that only a 17-year-old prodigy could muster. So, Tony, Howard began, his voice calm but firm. What's the plan? You're not going to lounge around the lab all day tinkering with hot rods, are you? Tony raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening. Tinkering is how I relax, Dad. Some people play golf, I build things. You should try it sometime, it might loosen you up. I guess it's been a while since you fixed something. Howard chuckled, shaking his head. I'm serious. You've got a mind that could change the world. Stark Industries is waiting for you. The board's already chomping at the bit to see when you'll start learning the ropes. Tony leaned back, his expression contemplative. Yeah, about that. Do I have to follow the script? Take over the company, become the face of Stark Industries, shake hands with senators, and attend boring galas? Because, honestly, that sounds like a snooze fest. Howard folded his arms, his tone sharpening slightly. It's not just about running a company, son. Stark Industries is more than a business. It's a legacy. Your grandfather built it, and I've spent my life making sure it stays on the top. The work we do has a real-world impact. Defense contracts keep this country safe. Our innovations drive progress. That's not something to shrug off. Tony already knew about all that. However, he has a goal. So far, everything went according to his plan. He saved Janet, annihilated 90% of Hydra, killed Reed before he could become the Maker, messed up Mandarin International, and even managed to put it all on Victor. And he managed to save his parents, at least for now. He bought time. However, the tumor in his brain still remains. He planned to somehow get rid of that tumor or future Infinity Gem out of his head. Although he got rid of Reed, there's still a chance that someone might come after him in the future like another Maker from an alternate timeline. And the pain, well, it sometimes gets too much and he blacks out. It's like a ticking time bomb inside his head, waiting for the right trigger to activate it. He needs to be ready for anything that could happen in the future. So, if the present technology and knowledge can't get rid of it, then he's going to have to invent it. To do that, he needed time, money, materials, and a place where he could work without getting interrupted. So, he planned to talk his dad into giving him what he wanted in a bit roundabout way. He sighed, "I know, Dad. I know the company matters, but I don't want to just inherit your legacy. I want to build my own. Something bigger, something different." Howard's expression softened. He leaned forward. "Then tell me, what is it you want, Tony? What drives you?" Tony hesitated, running a hand through his hair. "Honestly, I'm still figuring that out. But I know this much. I love creating things. Not for a board of directors or a government contract, but for the sake of creation itself. There's so much potential out there. Clean energy, advanced AI, medical tech. And I want to explore it. Not because I have to, but because I can." Howard regarded his son thoughtfully. "So you're saying you want freedom. Freedom to innovate without the weight of expectations." He nodded. "Exactly. I want to make things that matter, not because they're profitable, but because they're necessary. And yeah, maybe I'll make a few mistakes along the way, but at least they'll be my mistakes. Besides, you were there to help me out when I need direction, right?" Howard leaned back in his chair, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You remind me of someone." Tony tilted his head, intrigued. "Who? Grandpa?" Howard chuckled. "No, me. When I took over Stark Industries, everyone told me what I should do and how I should run the business. But I ignored them and built something on my own terms. You've got that same spark, Tony. And as much as the board would hate me for saying this, you don't have to follow their playbook. You just have to follow your instincts." Tony looked up, surprised. "So, you're saying I don't have to take over Stark Industries?" Howard shook his head. "I'm saying it's your choice. But whatever you decide, don't take it lightly. If you walk away, the company will survive. But if you step in, you have the chance to transform it into something the world's never seen before." For a moment, silence filled the room, broken only by the crackle of the fire. Tony met his father's gaze, a new sense of respect flickering in his eyes. "Gotta ya." He took a deep breath before speaking. "Okay, Dad, how about this? I don't take over Stark Industries right now. Instead, you give me a shot, my own shot, under the Stark Industries banner. A new sector. Let me run it my way, focus on the future I see, and prove to you what I can do." Howard raised an eyebrow, curiosity mingling with skepticism. "A new sector? And what exactly would this sector be focused on?" Tony's eyes lit up, the passion behind them unmistakable. "Innovation. No defense contracts, no politicians breathing down my neck. Just pure, unfiltered progress. Clean energy, AI, advanced materials, medical tech, the stuff that's going to matter 50 years from now, not just next quarter's earnings." Howard leaned back, considering his son's words. "And you think you can pull that off? You're asking me to hand over resources, staff, and capital for something that might not see a return for decades." Tony shrugged, his confidence back in full force. "Risk is part of innovation, right? You took risks when you took over Stark Industries. I'm asking for the same chance. Give me 3 years, Dad. That's it. 3 years to show you what I can build. If I don't deliver, we'll go back to the original plan, handshakes, galas, the whole deal. But if I succeed..." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "If I succeed, you'll have a company that's not just leading, it's redefining the game." Howard tapped his fingers on the armrest, the crackling fire casting flickering shadows across his face. 3 years. Isn't that too short to achieve much? Tony shook his head, his voice firm. "No, it isn't. 3 years is enough to get something started, to create a foundation. I know I can do it. All you have to do is trust me." Howard regarded his son thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. Then his lips twitched in a reluctant smile. "You've always been persuasive, I'll give you that. All right, I'll give you everything you need, no question asked. Capital, manpower, materials, you will have everything. But you have to prove me wrong. Not just with your talk, but with results. I need to see the world-changing, paradigm-shifting, history-making innovation you claim you can deliver. Otherwise, we do things my way. Tony nodded, standing up. I will. And you won't be sorry. Howard stood as well, a faint gleam of pride in his eyes. Oh, I almost forgot. Tony turned. You made any progress on the arc reactor? Howard let out a sigh. Not yet. Although your calculations back then helped with the design, I was able to shrink the giant size of it by a lot. The energy fluctuation also stabilized. But it's still a long way from being a clean energy source for everyone, though. Want to make a bet? He asked with a grin. Howard looked at him. You want to build the arc reactor? Yep. And what are the stakes? Tony thought for a moment. An island. The best one. And out of the records and grids. Howard looked at him in surprise. You know how many islands are out there? I am sure I can narrow it down. Howard raised an eyebrow. Okay, if you do it, you get your island. And if you lose? Tony took out a little drive and handed it to his father. Access to Pentagon. They are using Mandarin International technology. I'm pretty sure what that means, right? You get to prove that their technology is flawed and weak. That will give you a chance to make a big deal with the officials. And a deal of such scale means money. Plus, with the mess going on with Mandarin International, I'm pretty sure you won't let this chance go. So, he smirked. Pentagon? You are kidding, right? Howard looked at him with concern. Am I? Tony said as he placed the drive on the table. Well, now that I think of it, it'd be a waste to wait for them to recover. Forget the bet, you can have it, and don't forget my island. With that, he left. As Tony left, Howard couldn't help but laugh. His son is one step ahead of him again. He smiled, shaking his head in amusement. It was hard to believe that Tony was still so young. He already had a clear vision of what he wanted to do with his life and wasn't afraid to speak his mind. It reminded Howard of himself when he was younger, a little less mature, maybe, but just as driven and ambitious. And it seemed like those qualities would serve Tony well as he took on his next challenge. Building a new division for Stark Industries. A division dedicated to research and development of cutting-edge technologies with the potential to revolutionize the world. A division that could change the future. So you aren't after profits, but want to make the world a better place. Haha, count on me, son. He chuckled. And if Howard knew anything, it was that when Tony set his sights on something, he didn't stop until he achieved it. Whether it was mastering quantum mechanics, inventing a new kind of robotics and car engine, or winning the science fair competition, he always found a way to make his dreams a reality. And this time would be no different. The future was waiting, and Howard knew that the world wouldn't be ready for what his son had in store. The future is now.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.